This is something we need to talk about. This is something we need to go deep about and just have a deeper, wider discussion. My video is giving me some challenges this morning, but I believe it will all work out here in time. In the meantime, I'm going to put on some music for us while other people join the stream. Joseph Saka, thank you for joining us. Please feel free to join us. Please share the live broadcast this morning with as many friends as you can. All of those joining us on Love TV Live, please share the stream so more people can join us this morning or this afternoon in Liberia, so we can talk about our national development, our country's industrialization. What role should and must the energy sector play for the industrialization of Liberia across this entire country? What we need to do, what we must do, and what we have to do. So I'm going to put on some African music here. So while others are joining us, please, those who have joined us, please spread the live stream. I want to talk about industrialization of Liberia, the business sector. I've been doing some projects back in Liberia. He will talk about that today. We're talking about Liberian businesses, the role that we Liberians must play. Last week, we talked about the mindsets. What mindsets are we Liberians bringing into our economy, into the business sector? We talked about so many things last week, and I want for us to continue those discussions this week. But in the meantime, we'll give it a couple of minutes for more people to join the show. And let me just play some music. Facebook, I own no copyrights to these music, to these songs. I own no copyrights to these music and to the song. So let's listen to some music this morning while the other people join us. And let's get ready to have a deep discussion today about national development, economic growth, job creation, industrialization across Liberia, and how this will help the creation and the building of our national economy in every county, every political subdivision across Liberia. How will the diaspora play a role? This is very, very important. The current administration just released their development plan for the arrest agenda. But as I posted on my Facebook page, there are only 4 pages in that development plan that relates to energy, electricity. So if energy and electricity is supposed to be the number one ingredient for industrialization, how can such a big document of over 250 pages only have 4 pages for electricity, for energy, that is supposed to play a major role? Let's talk about it this morning. Listen to some music. I will be right back as my co-host join the show. Thank you very much. Business Talk is live. Okay, good morning. Okay, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. This is Business Talk Live. We're streaming live this morning on several different platforms. As always, my co-host is joining this morning with us. Icon at Love TV, Love FM Live. He will be copying off this morning. So let's listen to some music in the meantime. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the show. This is me, Elkanah Al Phillips, broadcasting live from Houston, Texas. And this is Business Talk as I await my other counterparts to be on the show with me this morning. We're going to be talking about national development, economic growth, industrialization of Liberia as it relates to this nation being energized, powered up with the right level of energy so that we can transform, bring about economic transformation all across this country to create jobs, provide opportunities, and make sure that Liberians play a meaningful role in their national economy. Welcome, Ava. It's so good to see you. Without the brace, man is moving. Look at that neck. Look at that neck. Almost
ostrich neck. So I started by working out now. Hopefully,
There
I will
you
have
go.
some
There
stuff
you
very
go.
soon.
I told you it was a journey. I told you it was a journey.
It is. It
APC
is.
Elections Nukes, Mr. Ganio, welcome to the show. Ernest Sherman, welcome to the show. Joseph Sacco, the early riser, welcome to the show. Please share the live. Let more people join on this morning or this afternoon. Let's talk about national development. Let's talk about industrialization. I watched a couple of your videos. I saw you over there on BWI campus doing some stuff there. I saw you all across different places doing stuff. I saw you at the big distribution center, something somewhere up in Bung County, was it? Correct me if I'm wrong.
No. The ISDF, the Inland Storage and Distribution Facility, is actually on the Somalia Drive. The
Okay.
Japanese freeway, right where the Ministry of Agriculture Annex is, and there's an LEC substation there. That's where it's located.
Okay. Very good. So I've been watching you, following you, but the current administration just released their national development plan for inclusive development. They called it. I don't. We talked about. We kind of touched on it briefly last week. But my point on it was basically there were only 4 pages in that entire document that made mention to energy and electricity. Out of the 4 pages, 1 picture was all pictures. But you lead the discussion today because you're on the ground, you're there, you're seeing things, you're experiencing things. Let's have an open discussion. I will see if I can open my phone lines today and get some people to call in, and we can kind of listen to some comments, and let's talk about what you're seeing and what role, again, what the diaspora is going to play, and then what you're experiencing, what the purpose of that inland distribution center is all about. Talk about that because I think that is very important. And talk about your project at Booker T. Washington Institute campus there in Margibi County, Upper Margibi, what role that would play, what kind of transformation you're looking to achieve there. And let's talk about some stuff. Let's talk about what we as a people, we as a nation, what we're going to do, what we have to do, what this arrest agenda, inclusive development plan, what it will mean, not in its totality. But let's talk about some aspects of it as it relates to energy. I mean, I didn't see that much in there. I didn't see any content. So you lead the discussion because you're on the ground while we wait for Rufus to join us. Go ahead, Alva. You take it away.
What a nice way. No, so that's a lot you ask, and we can go step by step.
Yeah, step by step. Yeah.
In terms of, well, let me just say hello to everyone who's watching now and who will watch later. It's just exciting, to be here to, talk about these things in a positive light about Liberia. Hopefully people don't take, some of when it does come to being a critique, or feedback on something that is probably not along the line some of us think, to take them negative. So hopefully, people in government, people who listen, people who have ideas, people who want to do stuff will be receptive. But the ISDF, the Inland Storage and Distribution Facility, It's a novel idea. It's a significant, force multiplier for businesses in Liberia. It will cater to, small businesses, and hopefully very soon we can have the CEO for that entity to come online and talk to us and tell us a little bit more about it, how it will impact businesses. But I can just share from my perspective what I gathered. It's a very decent facility. It's a secure facility. It's climate control. It has all the different, safety and hazard requirements possible. They have, fire extinguishers there. They got fire suppression equipment at the top. They have, 24 hours water and light based on the totally off the grid. They're using a generator plus solar energy as the primary. It will be something nice for you to go and see in terms of their setup. Their setup is big time. They're not playing around. It's a first class facility. They have a borehole well providing water. The infrastructure is built properly. On the inside, they have probably 30 to 35% section off for bonded goods, and then they got the rest 70% out there, for the regular operations and everything like that. They can facilitate small businesses from, storing your stuff all the way to distributing your stuff in a detailed manner. They got QR codes to monitor things. They have a very, wonderful what they call the stuff, inventory system to make sure they manage people's stuff properly. The intake, the outtake, all is just like computerized and monitored. So I think it will be a great plus for Liberian businesses to look at that as an option. They are willing to work with you in terms of people who are importing stuff, even recommend you to financing some of those things and stuff like that. So the proprietor, Mr. Peter Malcolm King, and who I know and talk to, he's very keen on Liberians benefiting from this opportunity to get a competitive edge, because when people use bonded warehouses, they don't have to pay on time, right? They can get the product, sell it, and then pay. So with this kind of facility, the banks will be more inclined to say, we have a trusted facility. Yes, you can take your goods out as you are able to sell, and then pay based on that. So it's a wonderful thing. For my day yesterday was jam packed. But you got any questions on that? I mean, we can.
Yeah. The question I have is, okay, so properly engineered, properly designed, properly conceived. So my question is, what is the purpose, and how can Liberian businesses, right? Is this mainly for the agricultural sector? Is it for agribusiness? Is it for agribusiness manufacturing? What is the purpose for that center? So my first take is, okay, so it's built on the Somalia Drive/Japan Highway 1. Easy access to the National Port Authority, right? Easy access for sea export. So the question is, what is the purpose? What was the purpose for that facility being conceived by Mr. King? What is the business purpose of that? How will it serve the Liberian business community? Is it mainly for agricultural businesses? Is it mainly for small scale manufacturing businesses? What is the purpose?
No, it's not. It's not just for that. It's for all of them. Anybody who's doing any import or export can use that facility. Anybody who may need a letter of credit, to get their goods here and to be able to have it in a controlled fashion by an independent, group of people who are not beholden to you or beholden to the banks. That will be very fair in what you take out in the monitoring and all of that. If you are interested in getting, for example, he showed me, this importer for solar panels and the entire works, the charge controller, the inverter, the different structures to install the panels and stuff like that. So this person had brought it in. They probably had like 20 customers they were doing stuff for. So they asked them to lay it out for each customer and to distribute it to that customer. So they're taking some of the activities that could cause breakage, that could cause delays, that could reflect negatively on the small business. They're taking care of, taking responsibility for that at a discounted cost from what, I'm hearing about the costing. And we can, get him on to really discuss that, but it's a boost for our small businesses. And then now the bank can feel comfortable that they can lend to people who don't have the money to order, let's say, their stuff from China. So the bank give you that money when the stuff come, they hand it over to ISDF. ISDF hold that stuff, and you come and take, let's say, 10,000 boxes of, soap. You go sell those 10,000 boxes. You bring the money back while they're storing the rest of the stuff. Then you pay the bank whatever you do them. You pay ISDF. Then you come, you take the next set. So that breather that they're giving a lot of companies, it was something that was not had before.
So in effect, they're serving as a very strategic middleman, if I can put it that way, an independent middleman / an escrow, for example. So this is I commend them on this idea. This is on our show we talk about the creativity, right? So people who are very, very creative, they look at the market, they analyze the market, they see the vacuum, they see what is lacking in the market, those things that are hindering Liberian businesses, so that they can serve as a removing an impediment, if I can put it that way, removing an impediment to help Liberian businesses to become stronger. So they're serving that strategic need, and meeting that strategic requirement as something like an escrow. Like, for example, you want to go into the solar energy business, and you don't have all the money, but you won't be able to sell everything at the same time. So you bring in your product, you hand it over to them. They serve as the guarantor, if I can put it that way. They hold it, they control it, and then you go out, you do your business development. When you sell one, you come and you bring it, and release those items to you. The bank gets their money. So, and that is a very unique need in the Liberian business community across the country. So I think Malcolm King, Jamal, right? He needs to come on the show and talk about this.
Peter.
Yeah. Peter needs to come on the show and educate the market. Welcome, Juicy. He needs to come on the show, educate the market, because one of the great tragedies of our economy, of our business sector, of our country, is that you can have the best service, but guess what? Nobody knows about it. Nobody knows. So if nobody knows about the service and nobody knows about the capabilities that you brought into the country to help to grow the economy, to empower Liberian businesses, then how then will you recoup your investment? Because your return on investment is directly tied to Liberians participating and using that service and that equipment or whatever it is that you brought in the country. So I think he needs to come on the show, or come on whatever show, use the media to educate, to explain, to enlighten, and to bring knowledge to the population, to the business population, the business sector, as to what they've done, what they've been able to accomplish, and what they've been able to put in place to make sure that it can be utilized to stimulate more economic growth, create more jobs, and enable more Liberian businesses to play a meaningful role in the economy. But I think that's a very, very good thing. I think that's a very, very good thing.
Yes, I mean, it's novel. It's really going to be impactful for our people. When we talk about supply chain, it really presents an efficient supply chain system for our people. When it comes to the seasonality of goods, for goods to be there available, that when you need them, you can get them. Now you got to go make the money. Then you go put in another order. And in our time frame, people don't have your goods. No, because of what he has done, it creates the opportunity for businesses to have rolling goods consistently ready for the market. So we can understate what he's done. It's impressive. So we just hope he can come on. I just text him to find out whether it's something that he can even do right now, but it's short notice. So
Understood. He's a busy man.
He can do. Let's say you bring in. Let me get an example. Let's say you bring in stuff that needs additional packaging before it gets to the market.
Yeah.
They can handle product packaging. They can help you with labeling, sorting, that kind of stuff. So it just really helps to make our businesses grow and take from them responsibilities that individually they can handle, but collectively, then with the skill and multiple people, they can handle. It reduces your risk in terms of fire of your products, in terms of water leakage and stuff. Somebody gave an example of storing rice in a certain place. They didn't know, they wanted to bring in rice to compete with some of the Lebanese people. They locked them out. They wouldn't give them any warehouse or anything. So now you got a place that you can take your rice to, right? And he gave an example that they finally got somebody to rent the people a facility that was leaking. So yeah, when you went there, it would drop. Or 2 months later, when the rain started, then you see, all the holes, all the drips, and you see nearly half of your product destroyed. So all of those things are just, impactful in terms of how it can help small businesses. And I hope people realize that and will be able to go in that direction and get the help they need.
While you're explaining that, I think one of the greatest use of that facility will be for Peter and his company is to truly educate the Liberian diaspora, because the Liberian diaspora, they're more strategically positioned where they have access to more capital, right? To purchase goods compared to those Liberians in Liberia. So, and you made mention of, like the example you just gave, Liberians want to import rice. Without this facility, they're going to have to go and rent facility, most likely from the competing parties in the rice market in Liberia. And no competitor is going to rent space to another competitor that's coming to take it.
There you go. Right. So he's an objective market player. He doesn't have sides.
Exactly. So I think the Liberian diaspora who are in the US, Canada, Europe, and other places who are listening to this program today, this inland storage facility is strategically positioned with easy access to the port of Monrovia, where you can bring in, and I'm sure they're providing all of the services where they would clear, bring it, store it, keep it. So those in the diaspora who are looking and they've been challenged with the idea of how to bring in their goods into the Liberian market and where to store it. And I know Peter and Jamal, their company is very professionally run, very, very well funded. And the mere fact that they've built and they've conceived and designed and built this facility with all of the technical aspects, right? Fire suppression system. So that's key for any storage facility. And I can bet you most of the other storage facilities across Monrovia there don't have a fire suppression system.
Most likely
they don't have a fire suppression system. So the vulnerability of your goods into those storage facilities that don't have the fire suppression systems, you're running a higher risk of losing your investment if something breaks out. Okay, they have a boat. I mean, they've conceived the need for water supply. That's why they've invested in a borehole that provides, water supply if there's water that's going to be needed. They've also invested in solar, so that means they have LEC Power One as one of the power sources. They have their own generators.
No, they're completely off the grid.
What I'm saying, because
there's an LEC substation right next to them physically. Like be one place and spit the other place, and it will get there. But they've chosen,
yes. But what I'm saying, so basically, right?
I think they would like to get LEC, but I don't know what really is the issue. I didn't ask.
They will get LEC eventually, but what I'm speaking to is that they've conceived the critical nature of energy playing a major role.
Oh,
in
yes.
the success of that facility. So they knew that they could not hold up their investment by waiting for LEC to decide, to make a decision, think about it, and all of that. They went forward and
The
said, you know, I
size of
saw
the
that.
generator.
That's exactly right.
Big
They
generator.
made an investment in the primary generator power source. They also made an investment in solar. So when LEC comes along, it will also be a third power source. So if you're in the diaspora in the US looking to bring in your goods, your products, perishable, non-perishable, you're looking for a very good storage place that you can deploy your goods and then keep it there on a good climatic control condition for them not to get damaged, spoiled, or expired or destroyed in any way, shape, or form. This is the most strategic facility location because right there on Japan Highway / Somalia Drive, you got red light, you got Freeport going to Douala, and then going into Bombay County. You got from there, you can go to red light and go north towards Fender, Mount Barkley, Kakata going north. Or from there, you can go red light, hang a right-hand turn, go to EWN and go completely straight out the Robert Field Highway into Buchanan. So it is strategically located, and it has all of the power systems to make sure that your goods, your service, your equipment will be protected, and is run by professional Liberians, and they're independent. So that means you're not going to have all of the funny business and things like that. So I think it's a great opportunity. I mean, it's a great investment they've made. They're going to meet the need of so many Liberians, especially those in the diaspora who have access to capital to make major investments in providing goods into the Liberian market and work with them to make sure that the goods can be released into the market, get a return on investment, and move and help them to grow over time. I think it's very good. I mean, Peter needs to come on the show and educate the market, because if you don't educate the market about what you have, how then will you get your return on investment? Because this investment was a major investment on their part. I would say it's no less than maybe $2 or $3 million. I would not even
2 or 3. They're up to 20 plus $million. So
I won't be. Yes, I won't be.
I'm
I would say it's no less than. It's no less than. It's no less than, because that building, the casting, the foundation, the generators, the fire extinguisher system. I used to work for ADT. We used to sell those fire suppression systems with the tanks and all of that kind of stuff there. The sprinkler systems and everything above those systems were
all of that.
Yeah, those systems are very expensive. Yes. So this is something.
The floor has to be built in a certain way to sustain the weight of heavy stuff coming in there, and all the different racks and everything, man. They did. I mean, I saw the solar setup, and it's powerful. And they transition from solar when stuff is down to generator is just automatic. So
So basically, what they're going to do is they're using a storage, an energy storage system. So the generators are not going to run 100%. The generator on maybe overcast, rainy season days, the generator will basically charge up the batteries and store the energy and then release it into the system to save on their fuel. That's very, very well conceived. Again, so I mean, let's move on to the next one.
We'll get him on. We'll find out what his schedule is. Even if it has to be a special show, we'll get him on. We can advertise it, let more people know he's coming, and then be able to, he will share with people, very clearly what they do, how they do it, what they expect from Liberians, what Liberians can expect to benefit if you utilize their services and all of that. So, yeah.
And you see, Ava, this is what we're talking about. This is what we were talking about the last time, about Liberians playing a major role in their economy. This is why, it's so important for Liberians to rise to the occasion. We have to rise to the occasion, because if we don't elevate the discussion and elevate our level of thinking and elevate our mindsets that we bring into the market, how then will we be able to transform the economy that will ultimately transform the politics of our country? So that's why industrialization and the role Liberians play in participating, being active participants, not just being spectators, but being active participants on the field of our economy, bringing transformation, bringing new ideas, bringing new companies, new businesses that would transform the Liberian economy, playing a major role, competing in every aspect of the business with the existing players on the field. There's nothing wrong with coming into a market which is actually your own, which is your own country. But the mindset that you bring into the market is so important. And again, energy that you see behind me plays a very important role. So as we talk about what Peter and Jamal King have invested in, built up this distribution center on the Japan Highway, Somalia Drive to support Liberian businesses. And those in the diaspora, those of you who are looking to import rice, to bring in non-perishable goods, and you're looking for a partner for storage and then facilitating the need of your products being stored, being kept, being protected while you drive your business development aspect, your sales aspect across the market, and then be able to pay back over time. This is the company you want to get in touch with. This is the company you want to reach out to. This is the company you want to connect with, because they will be able to play a major role to help you to succeed and gain market share in Liberia, so that we can all create jobs, provide opportunities, stimulate economic growth, and move this country forward and transform it to the country that we all seek and hope for it to become in the next 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, or 15 years. We all have to play a role. We all have to get on the field. We need to stop being spectators, and we have to become active participants in this economy. So Ava, thank you so much for that contribution on that visit that you made to that inland storage distribution center. Because again, like you mentioned, supply chain. And that's where a lot of businesses, a lot of people who bring in their goods into Liberia, that's where most of them are challenged. They haven't thought about the supply chain aspect and the distribution aspect. They want to bring everything into Monrovia, and then Monrovia as a market is already oversaturated with so many competitors. Everybody has a different cost. So before you bring your goods into the country, it's always good to analyze the market, segment the market, figure out where you want to bring your products into the market and how you want to drive your product, because supply chain and logistics and distribution is a very, very important part of your success when you're bringing products into the country, because we don't have enough roads as it already is. So where are you going to bring your products? So you need to really look at the map, look at what distribution centers are there, storage facilities, build yourself a sales team that will be able to move your message out, connect with a media institution that will be able to broadcast and educate the market about your products, your services, and they'll get you to the telecommunications network, tie into fintech, mobile money, so that people can pay for your goods. You don't have to run out to collect money. You can use the technology to speed up your business transactions. So I think there's a whole thought process that a lot of Liberians leave out, and the supply chain logistics and distribution aspect is something that causes a lot of Liberians to fail when they bring products into the country. They just make the assumption I would just ship it to Monrovia, and then all of a sudden people would buy. Come in, Ava. You're on mute.
All right. No, the points you're making are accurate. It's totally correct that this is a game changer. And if we use it right, it's a force multiplier for a lot of businesses in terms of building efficiencies, in terms of being at least profitable to some extent. So it's just about what the business structure is, how they expect to use this, and understanding it. So yeah, you're right. Bringing Peter Malcolm King on to, explain how he thinks his service can impact small businesses and make a difference for Liberian businesses It's definitely correct. Yes, people in the diaspora will definitely need to use the service. I believe individuals can use it as well, right? Because sometimes, people are not ready when they bring their stuff. They don't have a place to store it. Um,
Yes.
he's not taking out the middleman because the brokers are still there. The brokers will still do their work. They will still be able to do what they can. What he's doing is giving us an opportunity to have the flow,
Storage,
to
storage,
have
storage.
yes, to have quality storage, to have an opportunity for professional distribution where we're not even there. I mean,
That's exactly
somebody
right.
just so basically, I've always been thinking about a kind of a Liberian Amazon, but more an Africa Amazon. I used to call it
Mhm,
Afrizon, the concept to
mhm.
have. And last mile has been a challenge. But with this here now, we are able to do that. This can probably be replicated in other African countries to create a chain where there's nowhere that you cannot distribute your products to if somebody there order your product. So,
You,
you know,
you know the company I work for in the U.S. is called Rexel USA. We are a global electrical distribution company. So we don't manufacture any goods or products. All we do, we are in the supply chain business because we have so many branches across, from coast to coast. We're also in Europe. I think the only branch we have on the African continent is in South Africa. We're in Australia. We're in so many different countries across Europe. But the key thing we have is supply chain logistics and distribution. That's our business focus. So manufacturers bring their products over to us and we stock them in our distribution centers or in our branches. And then what we do, we go out and we find customers to buy the products through our branches and then back to the manufacturers. So again, the concept that Peter and Jamal have put together, Paul and Peter King have put together in this distributions, and I think Liberians in the U.S., especially those in the diaspora, who are looking to bring product in to the country, bring product into the country, and then set up, have a partner, a professional Liberian, well-informed and elevated in thinking partner to be a storage facility for your goods for a fee, of course, it's not free. But then from that location, you just made a very important point about from that location, because again, don't forget you got pen boys there, motorcycle boys and keke guys there. So you can work with those guys, people who own 10, 15, or 20 kekes, and then they could be your last mile. You just brought up that point. They could be your last mile, so that when customers buy your products and make the payment, those guys can pick it up at the distribution center and deliver it to the customer. You get my point. You see, that's all part of the process, because this is an economy that is industrializing. This is an economy that is evolving, and the level of creativity that we in the diaspora bring into the economy is going to create more jobs. It's going to create more opportunities. It's going to create more revenue for people to make money and provide their expertise to support the growth of that business as well. So for those of you in the diaspora who's listening to the show today, this is a very, very, very big investment that Peter and Paul King have made on the ground there. So if you're in the U.S., you made mention of seasonal goods, right? Seasonal goods. You want to bring in products for the rainy season that's coming, umbrellas or whatever the case is, but you don't want to release it into the market now. That's where you bring it in. They store it for you. You do your sales and your marketing, your business development, and everything. So by the time rainy season hits, you can then be the first to market, because time to market is key. And then your sales team can push your products out, and then you can make your money, because you've utilized such a very, very important facility in the country that has all of the elements, from temperature control, climate control, water, electricity, never going off, fire suppression to protect your goods. And I mean, this is world class. This is elevating the.
And they have facility there for, I believe, LRA and the banks to be
Yes,
right
yes,
there.
that's it.
Customs handle stuff. So
Yes.
this is a legit, entity, and they're trying to do things the right way. So if you really want to do things the right way and be able to, grow your business in a measured way, I think they can be very helpful with Liberians who are importing stuff.
Yeah, this is, like I said, I mean, this is revolutionary. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Your project that you went to BWI. So we will work on getting Paul or Peter onto the show to talk about their their inland distribution facility one of these days, so they can educate the Liberian diaspora population, and of course those who are back home as well. Because I mean, the point you just made about the LRA being there, the customs being there, the banks being there, that's important also. So that means you don't have to pay the duty at the port. You can bring it in, and because it's bonded, it can stay right there while you sell it, and then people come to release it. So that way you don't have to pay everything up front. That is very strategic. That is very, very strategic. That is very, very strategic and well thought out. Very well, very, very, very strategic. Very well put. Yeah. Let's move on to the next topic. Your project at BWI. So this is business talk. We're streaming live today. Apparently, Rufus is having problem at the station, I think, with electricity once again. So we're not able to broadcast live on FM, but we're here streaming live. So please share the show and join in, and let's have a conversation about transformation, economic transformation, industrialization in Liberia. Go on to your next project. I saw you over there at BWI and everything else. What's that project about?
Right. So since like 2019, we have had discussions. My other company, Sustainable Development International, which was formed around 2012, 2013, that focus on sustainable activities and how to do things with a consciousness about the environment, how to impact, lives, how to make that impact sustainable. So working with the BWI Alumni Association, BWI being a trade school, and we thought we'd be a good partner, for this. We have a model in terms of development that incorporates solar energy, groundwater for drinking, for sanitation, for agriculture, irrigation, and then the use of better techniques in terms of farming. Now, for some of those, we have to customize it to our situation. Yeah. Every model sounds great until you actually apply it successfully in the environment. And there's other risks involved, whether it's theft, whether it's the knowledge transfer not being adequate in terms of people learning what they should learn and be able to do things. But anyway, and one of the key factors we didn't consider is the contractor you hire to do certain things. We hire a guy to do the borehole well, and he did not dig to the level we expected to really hit the aquifer, so rocks don't come up or sediment doesn't come up in the water and mess the pump up. Unfortunately for us, that's what happened. So that killed the momentum there. And then, I think we did it in 2020. And we also did our own farm, another location I went to in Yamantown, in Magibi County, right before you get to Carisburg, you make a right turn and go like all the way down. But unfortunately, no network was there, so I couldn't air what I did from there. I will try to share some videos at some point. But the whole concept is to improve our output and production in agriculture. And then with energy now, you can add some kind of processing and value addition to what you do. And if there are tools out there that are, you have to use electricity for instead of gas and oil, you can use those, so you have your own solar energy right there. You can power and charge those kind of tools. So that's what we're thinking of, and then being able to, build a production system around it, right? Because like BWI um, is a technical school. All the different machines you can need, they probably can help make them there, or they can at least service them if you need that. So they're an ID partner, and they have land, they have property where you can grow food. So we use 3 acres to build our project. But anybody can see from the video how vicious the sun is, and how if you don't have irrigation, everything dries out. So now, I was trying to assess to see where we were on both of those farms, and to see what kind of partnership we can develop, given the government's emphasis on agriculture and the potential support they want to give farmers. What's there for such an idea in terms of whether it's helping us with it? Because at BWI, as I was explaining, the batteries were stolen. People could get under the structure because they were built on blocks. So people could get under the structure, bust a hole up in there, and they store all the batteries, right? So the challenge now is the batteries and the well. But the Dew River also runs right next to the farm. They actually broke the fence to the farm one time when there was overflow. You know how powerful water is. But they repaired the fence, and if we can get a system where we can pump the water from the Dew River as well, it could be very helpful to the project. But it's something that needs to happen. The electricity is there. We need to get the batteries. So we're looking for the funding to do that kind of stuff. Similarly for our firm, we're looking to see how we don't have a Dew River running by us. We got to do the borehole well right. So that's the next step, to do the borehole well right. We have 4 acres of cassava ready to be harvested right now. And we have not gotten into the value addition portion yet. But based on conversations with people in the neighborhood, I think it's essential that we do, because nobody has a cassava processing plant or machine in that area, and there are a lot of people growing cassava. So one of the guys was suggesting that's something we try to invest in, to be able to offtake those people raw cassava, be able to transform it, and hopefully package it into different kind of cassava products, because there are a variety of cassava products. One other thing the cassava sector is looking forward to is the possibility of a Korean firm that's one of the leading starch makers that wants to come to Liberia to purchase stuff, and hopefully they will be able to build a factory here where they can actually, produce the starch, so we can have value addition right in our country. And that's up to our government and people who will negotiate, those kind of relationships. What can they really get that will be the best for Liberia in these kind of concession agreements? So it was a full day. And I also made a visit to a farm. The total area is about 720 acres. But the owner wants us to see how we can discuss on putting 500 acres into productive capacity. And so I was just assessing the land. I did some drone videos, and I was trying to get the coordinates, right? Because if I get the coordinates, I will be able to actually map the real location of that farm, right? Have ground control points, which will give me some exactitude to 2 centimeters. Yes, definitely I need that. And I did record that for a couple of the points. Then we just use the directional information on the map now to be able to go around and get everything straightened out. So it was a very tiring day, to be honest. I'm still a little bit tired. My muscles are sore because I just started back working out and doing squats and stuff like that. So walking in those boots was a very good exercise all day. So in a nutshell, that was what my day was about. But there's a lot of hope. The farmers I talked to there, limited revenue. They got challenges with transportation, getting their food to the market. So it just limits them to being subsistence farmers. Okay. So the land is there in Liberia. Many people are willing to do the work. I know a lot of times people say Liberians are lazy, but I think these guys, many of them are willing to do the work. They want things to be better for them. They can tell you what is their monthly revenue as farmers. In my mind, if they will get $100 profit net every month, that's doing good. And that's something we should strive for, to see how to make it possible for our farmers to be able to have some kind of sustainable revenue that can help them and their family, live decently. Right
Okay.
now, that's not happening for a majority of the farmers.
Okay. So let me come in here. Let me unpack all of what you just said. Number one, my view on this whole project that you have with BWI is that it's well thought out. It's well thought out. But the challenge is the partner with which you're working with, which is the Booker T. Washington Institute. I don't want to condemn, criticize, or demean anyone. I think this is again one of the challenges with Liberia. When you have a very, very large vocational institution like the BWI, right? So they're teaching accounting and bookkeeping there. They're teaching mechanical trade. They're teaching civil construction and masonry. They're teaching electricity, electronics. I went to BWI. I went to the accelerated program.
So you went there after you graduated from high school. I talked to one guy named Mr. Barrow, and he explained that program to me. It sounded like a very good program, but something has to be done. Not to take away your thunder, but I think something has to be done that when those people come out of that accelerated program, either they're going into a university program, or they're getting a job offer, or they're getting startup capital to start their own businesses. Those would be the three options for anybody in that kind of program.
Not only that, Ava, because again, BWI, right? And they're also doing carpentry. They're also doing carpentry there as well.
They're doing a lot.
And then they're doing also, I think, diesel or heavy mechanic or auto mechanic and stuff like that there as well. So all of the trades, as you and I know, you live in the U.S. These are all what the U.S. call blue collar workers. These are the people who are at the bedrock, the foundation of every economy, even in the U.S. These are the people who get the work done. These are the people who are trained with their hands, okay, to get the work done. So I think your project for sustainable development, where you have the energy, electricity component of it, okay. One of the things you could do, I know BWI has its own set of challenges with electricity because they're fed from the LEC substation. I think it is at Morris Farm or something like that down the road, and then all of what you need to get water from the Dew River up to the farm can be done, designed, conceived and designed and worked on by the mechanical guys in the mechanical department there in the school and by the plumbing guys in the school as well. So I think what's lacking for us, especially for a school like BWI, Vocational Training Institute like BWI, is that education and private sector partnership. You get my point? Because these are people who can be brought right into the workforce, because Kakata by itself is a major economy. They're a major economy because that's the capital of what? Of Margibi. That's the capital of Margibi County. And Kakata should be an industrial city. But what hinders Kakata industrialization, even though they have the largest vocational training institute in the entire country, with all of the vocational trades, all the young people being taught, being educated in these trades, there are no industries there to place these young people after they graduate. So I think your project management skills that you brought into such a sustainable development project needs to be, do it with the school from that perspective. I would say, create a company, invite people from the diaspora to participate in this development project, and then turn it, because cassava is a major product. I think I will go back to John F. Kennedy, right? He said, "What? Do not ask what your country can do for you, but what can we do for Liberia? What can you do for your country?" Because if we continue to rely on government, and government is slow to arrive, and your house is on fire and you're waiting for the fire service, but yet and still you have a population there with buckets and you have a river, I would prefer to have the people go down the river and bring the water to help me to put the fire out while the fire service isn't even on the way. because they may not even have gasoline to put in the fire truck to get to the fire. So I think, get more diaspora people invited into such a project, have a show about it, let people call in. You be surprised, because cassava is a major product. Okay, I mean, cassava chip. There's a lady. If you go to Google right now on your computer, and you search for cassava chips Bunk County, there's a lady there, I think called Mam Musu or something like that. She did a big cassava chip project. There's a whole cassava grower associations of Liberia. If you just Google it, cassava Mam Musu cassava chips Bunk County. If you Google that, you'll see there's a whole story, and this story goes back to the previous administration, where there's a lady there who's part of this major cassava grower association. There is a cassava grower association in Liberia. There is. I've read this article.
Yeah,
Yeah, and her challenge was
ready to export herself to China.
Coming in? I didn't hear you there. You broke up. I didn't hear you. Yeah, so she's there. There's a cassava growers association.
I said she's ready to export her stuff.
So there's a major
China.
This is a huge opportunity. This is a huge opportunity.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Yes, no, you're absolutely correct. The opportunities are huge. The uses for cassava are varied. We just need to come with a very analytical approach and strategic approach to how we segment the cassava sector, how we get people to grow what kind of cassava, industrial or edible cassava, how we build the supply chain, and how we build the value chain. There's a whole section in the National Agricultural Development Plan, because the what they call this stuff name, the arrest agenda for inclusive development is more kind of high level. It's not in detail. So I think the Ministry of Agriculture
is very big. Yes.
All ministries now, based on where the AAID is, need to build their own national development in line with what they are saying in there, and be more detailed and specific, that people will not have questions about what you want to do as it relates to the development of Liberia over the next 5 years.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, because my thing is, I'm a private sector driven person. So I believe government has their role, but government is not the only, they've got their role. Don't get me wrong. They've got their role. But when it comes to me owning my farm, you've got your relationship with BWI. They've got the agronomists. They're teaching the young guys agriculture. We already have a cassava growers association. You're from the US. You've got that project management experience, expertise, that high level thinking. This is a low hanging fruit, because most likely this organization already has all the growers, all the database. So you being a database person, you can plug in, connect with such an association, and you can what? You can add up all of their total acreage of growing, and then you can serve as a person connecting to what? Paul and Peter distribution inland facility, and then find out who internationally wants to buy this cassava, and in what is the specification that they need. Because most times Liberian farmers, you use the term right now, they're at a lower level. They're not exposed globally. They're not exposed internationally. You are. You bring that expertise. You bring that global connection. You know how to use the internet, how to research, how to go and find different things. So you are more plugged in, and this is the plugging in requirement or resource that they do not have. So once you connect with them, you can serve as a major You can serve as a major person who can drive this thing. because the cassava industry, as you know, is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and Liberia grows a lot of cassava. You go to the Kakata market now, you see a whole bunch of cassava there, and it's only for domestic consumption. But
and our store is limited.
And that's exactly right. So I advise that you look for that, and get in touch with what's his name, Robert Morris, because Robbie met the lady. He went there. I found that lady. I found it. He made some connections. Get in touch with Robbie. I will send you Robbie's number. Contact Robbie. He also has a farm right there in Kakata as well. So you can connect with him, and then you guys can go up there, meet, because he met the lady. He met the entire team up there. He met the entire team. He still has their contacts. So you can connect with him, and then together you guys can work and drive this thing. Because the people who want to buy the cassava overseas want it dry to a certain moisture level. You get my point? So
yeah. All of that comes with the kind of equipment you get. Right?
That's exactly right. And so you talked about Paul and Peter's inland facility. That is what? That's climate control. And that's the big problem. When people do this cassava chip business, they don't have the money to provide the generator for the cooling to keep the cassava chips dry and protected before it gets mold infested. Then the buyer overseas is not going to buy it. So that's why their facility is so important. So reach out to Robbie. I'm going to send you Robbie's contact right now, so you can reach out to him. He's right there in how you call it, he's right there in not too far from Roberts Field. Connect with him, and I'm sure you guys can meet, discuss, and exchange ideas on such a critical thing. I really do. I think this is something that's very, 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 very critical for the economy. I really do. I think it would really, really help your project and drive your project. I just dropped his contact over to you. I just dropped.
Wonderful. I see it. Yes. I see it. Thank you.
Yeah.
And so look, the cassava market last year was nearly $200 billion.
Good morning, Dr. Pittman Kennedy. Good morning. Good morning. Go ahead.
2023, it was about, in 2023 is about probably 165, 170 maybe. So you can see the compound average growth rate of cassava is just expanding exponentially, because consistently they are finding new uses for cassava. The demand for starch in nearly every food and beverage, you got cassava in there. Cassava can be used in sweeteners.
Yes.
All right.
Exactly
Snacks,
right.
cereal,
it's
everything. So it's about
exactly
finding that external market and building that consistent supply chain from our farmers to the international market. That's what it takes. And it's like doable. I mean, that's the thing. It's doable. We can do these things.
And we do not. I strongly. Yeah. I mean, I just invited somebody from Ghana. What's her name? Alexander Trumpty. She's one of those people who have. I hope she can take my invite to come on the show, so she can talk about some stuff that she's doing. But I think most times, again, Ava, we always want government to be the driver. We always want government to be the driver.
Well, government has nothing to do with it.
That's exactly right. And what I'm saying, so when you read that,
if people are serious, but I'm not discounting your point though.
Yeah.
Liberians typically, most of us want government to do everything for us. Then government itself want the international community to do everything for us.
Yeah.
So we have a beggar's mentality. We don't have a creative or innovative mindset or go-getter mindset to go out and do it. When you talk to people, the first thing is, who is that benefactor? I want you to help me with my business. Meaning, just give me money for me to go do business. I was telling one of the young men, I said, nobody just got money to just give you. People will invest the money because of you and you wanting the business, but not just give you money. That free mindset, everything I want should be free. it affects us, and that's a major mindset change we got to go through. Besides the numerous other mindset change elements that we got to take care of. So we
Look,
just got to keep encouraging our people. We got to start building it from here.
it's the mind. It's the mind. And like I said, I mean, reach out to Robbie. Reach out to Rob. Connect with him. The other person you need to also connect to is, I'm going to send you his contact, is Jusu. Jusu is right there in Takata. Reach out to Jusu. Jusu is right.
Jusu who's on this stuff, right?
Jusu Hassan. Jusu Hassan. Jusu is a mover. He's a shaker. He's got connections. He can get things done. He can execute. And that's why I like that young man. He knows how to make things happen. He's connected there. And I'm going to share his contact over with you as well. Get with him because he can also, he's also in the agriculture sector as well. And he's got some pretty decent contacts as well. But if you need someone to facilitate different things and get things moving, Jusu is the guy. Jusu is the guy. Jusu is the guy. Jusu is he's very, very industrious. I like young people who can get things done, who can move and who are strategically positioned in different markets. So once you get the right people, you build the right team, right? As you know, it's all about business, building the team. Once you get the right team, then everything from that point is already set. You don't need anything else. You don't need anything else. The team is, but cassava, you're on the right track. Cassava is very, very important. Cassava is very important. And then I will share a link with you later on. There is a link that shows where you can actually broker your cassava chips globally. So there are buyers, there are off takers who would tell you, what moisture level you can buy the moisture sensors. And these are small investment opportunities because you don't have to plant all the cassava. You can serve as the middleman because you have the expertise. You know how to use the internet better than anybody else. You're the data guy. You have the project management expertise. So the quantitative total of all of these individual cassava farms can turn into 50, 75, 100, 500 acres of cassava being grown by individuals. And then you just let them know what requirement you need them to put it at. And you already got Paul and Peter with the inland facility. Then, I mean, they're coming together.
Yeah, but for most of the people, they need our fresh help.
Yeah, but they're planting already.
It gotta be.
How about they're planting already? How about they're already planting?
Some people are planting, you can get it, but they only plant to their capacity. Yeah, but they only planting, they only planting to their capacity.
They only planting, yeah.
But it has so much more that can be done. So it's about doing this thing holistically. Yes, you can collect where people are planting right now, that's fine. But some people also want the local market is here. Look, cassava. People eat a lot of cassava. Whether it's going to be domba, whether it's going to be fufu, or whether it's going to be cassava and gravy, or whether it's going to be cassava chips or something domestically. There's a lot of consumption of cassava. But most of our people are saying, we don't just want to grow the cassava, because you can buy it cheap from us. You go add value and you double, triple the price automatically. And then who want it, may probably want to go buy the fufu starch from you, or I don't know, they got domba starch yet. So it is something that we really need to look at, from a national perspective. Luckily, I was there with a couple of deputy ministers of agriculture 2 days ago, and we had a very rich conversation. They are really looking at the agriculture sector and what they can do to really advance it, not just even the definition of a farmer. What is the definition of a farmer? It's just somebody who grows food. It's not driven by your production, not driven by your revenue, not driven by the amount of land you have in production. So all of those things, we got to build the market up, that the market is strong and can be able to handle those different things we are talking about. So the discussion has started. The plan is out there. The plan is robust. There's a whole section on cassava. At some point, we can break it down and talk about it. Yeah, it would take that government holding people's hands to get to that level. It would take us finding the markets out there that are ready, to support us. So, hey, we have the opportunity to do so.
But I like your project. Your project is very good, Ava. It's a very good project. Inclusive development. I mean, for me, continuous development or whatever the case is called. But I think it's and the place you're doing it is the right place at the Booker T. Washington Institute, right there in Kakata, which is also an industrial, which is a major business hub, because that's the crossroads, right? Everybody going north pass through Kakata, everybody coming south comes through Kakata. So, and then Kakata has direct access to red light, and then to the distribution center, and then from there to the Port of Monrovia. So it's on the main road. It's on the main road, and then you got the road coming from Bong Mine, and then the road coming going to Firestone. So Kakata is the crossroads. It's the crossroads, and I think it's Alexander Trump is saying that the global market for starch is monumental. The global market for starch is monumental. And if I were a cassava grower, I'd definitely go into starch. Well, there it is. Liberia has the land, Liberia has the farmers, and all we need, the farmers only need the partners that will come in. And BWI has the agronomists, they're graduating the young people from agriculture, and they can go out and work with these farmers to teach them, educate them, and help them to learn, like Ava said, what type of cassava to grow, test the soil, and they can increase their yields. They can increase their yield. And electricity is the key. The Chinese make all of these different industrial machines to process cassava into different products that can feed the value chain and feed the market. And Liberia has the supermarkets now and all the gas station convenience stores. So there's a Dr. Pittman Kennedy say, I love this topic. I started a cassava farm as a test case. I'm taking note. Yeah, cassava is a global, it's a $1 billion industry. If you go to YouTube and you just look for cassava, I mean the uses of cassava, and you'll see that it's a major industry. And for Liberia, it's untapped. It's greatly untapped. And the good thing about Liberia, cassava grows in every county across Liberia. And we have a seaport. Now we have this, this inland distribution center by Paul and Peter King that can store your cassava chips and export it to your international buyers. Ava will share this link with you later on, where you can go on there, you can broker your cassava chips. The guys will be asking you how many 20-foot or 40-foot containers of cassava chips can you provide per month. But again, like you said, I mean, we need that's an industrial capacity level, right? That's an industrial capacity level. So electricity, manpower, trained manpower, equipment, tools. You can't use generators for this kind of stuff. You got to use continuous electricity, which is going to have to be solar based. And you need a banker behind you to finance this stuff. And then the banker gets his money back through the sale of the cassava to whoever the buyer is. So this is a whole value chain. And how about you being a PM, a project management professional? This is how we have to tie this whole thing together. So cassava is an untapped market, is a multi-million-dollar market for Liberia, and it's something we need to tie in as well. You talked about that 700-acre farm. Again, I think that farm could be a perfect opportunity for either agro products or for a solar farm that can tie into the Morris Farm substation for LEC. That's right down the road, because if you're going to industrialize Kakata and then Bong Mine is down the road, you cannot industrialize the mining sector without electricity that's behind me. And naturally, everything.
There's just so much opportunity.
So much opportunity, exactly. I mean, but again, the level of thinking,
level of
thinking of those who sitting in the driver's seat. I mean, it's sometimes it's very, very what's the word? Discouraging, right? You're sitting in the car, but you're not the driver, you're not the navigator, and you're sitting in your seat, in your seatbelt, and you know that the guy is going the wrong way, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it but just continue screaming, but the guy's not changing direction. This is what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with. A good guy, a great guy, a loving guy, strong guy, but you're just driving the bus in the wrong direction, and you're taking everybody down the wrong road. And this is where we need to really, really say, hey, you know what? Government's got their role, but the private sector has to be the driver of the Liberian economy. The private sector can only be the driver of the Liberian economy to create the jobs and bring in the investors. So for those of us in the diaspora, we look up to people like yourself, Ava, so that at least you guys are on the ground. We don't go there occasionally. I just got back and I saw all the same opportunities as well. There's so many opportunities, so many ways to do things. And if we don't take advantage of what we have, then the outsiders will come in and they will take it. And then all we're going to do is complain and say the foreigners are controlling our economy, whereby we had the opportunity to actively engage, but we chose not to engage. We chose to focus on the politics, the noise. And then what we did was we just stayed behind. We just stayed behind. I see some comments here that just popped up, Ava. You put them up here, right? I see some powerful comments here. I see a comment here where it says, where is Liberia in the big scheme of things?
Yeah, those are questions we should be asking ourselves,
Plan to get how do we get there? What kind
we can't just talk.
Yeah.
We have to.
Are we satisfied with where we are in terms of coordinating this sector? Global cassava market overview. Cassava market size was valued at $198 billion last year in 2024. The cassava industry is projected to grow from $207 billion in 2025 to $299 billion by 2034, exhibiting a compound annual growth rate of 4.2% during the forecast period of 2025. Again, this growth for a country our size, a population our size, an agronomy-based economy, what can this do for Liberia? You're talking about thousands of new jobs, especially for a school like BWI that's graduating agronomists from high school. You come out with two certificates, one your high school diploma and
forget about new jobs. Forget about new jobs. If the current farmers can even say, yeah.
Go on. You broke up there. People couldn't hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the network is bad for me. So I will get off now and let Akina complete the show.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you.
I think it's been a good show. We've triggered some things that hopefully, people can recognize the potential that we have. Yeah. I'm saying, I'm a cutoff point, 3:30.
Okay.
But I'm saying there was a good show discussing the ISDF and being able to talk.
Okay, I think we just lost Ava here on the Liberia side, either data or power. But again, what Ava was basically saying, what Ava was basically talking about was just the cassava value chain in a country like Liberia. And what I was talking about was the size of our country, a small country like Liberia. The political subdivisions, every part of Liberia can grow cassava. Just imagine if we had a strong and robust energy sector, what it could do for the industrialization of the energy of the cassava sector. Yes, Alva, go ahead. Yeah, he's got data problem. Yes. So again, Dr. Pittman Kennedy just said it. No energy, no life. So again, the lack of this energy sector, the slowness, the slow pace of the energy sector is hindering the growth of all of the other sectors of the Liberian economy. This is what many people don't understand. This is what Robert Morris was talking about last year during the 2023 national election, that energy have to be, and should be the foundation for Liberia's national growth and economic development and transformation. Because the cassava value chain is a multi-billion-dollar value chain that could affect every political subdivision across this country. Every county could provide for themselves and transform the economy, transform the lives of the citizens in that county if we had the energy sector built in every county so that it could support the industrialization of the agricultural sector. And this is the key. Energy has to be, it must be, it should be the foundation of our industrialization process, our economic transformation that will ultimately lead to the transformation of our politics. If we don't have this energy sector built, if we don't have the right mindset to approach the energy sector, that it is important for national development and economic transformation and industrialization, we're not going to rise, or our folks, our people, will not be lifted to the right level so that we can compete in the ECOWAS region, in the Modern River Union. We have to rise. We have to understand that energy is the only way that we can move forward. Dr. Pittman Kennedy is saying it. No energy, no life. No energy, no life. No energy, no industrialization. How will we advance the education sector? How will we upgrade the capabilities and the teaching capabilities and competencies of our teachers? The new technologies that run on the internet can only run when you have energy to supply the base stations and the towers for the cell phone companies. So if you write a national development agenda and plan for 5 years, and you only put 4 pages, 1, 2, 3, and 4 pages for energy, which is supposed to be the driver for the transformation of the country, it calls into question, where's your thinking process? How do you understand, or how do you see energy as being important? Is energy not important for industrialization and economic transformation? Is energy not important for the education sector? Is energy not important for the health sector? Is energy not important for agricultural industrialization and agricultural transformation, and agro produce and agro manufacturing? Is electricity not important for the national security sector? Because I can argue that energy is a national security issue. It is a major national security issue. It is a major national security issue. Energy is a very, very major national security issue. So what I'm going to do this morning is I'm going to open the phone lines. I'm going to put a telephone number on here that people can call, and I will just put you on speaker so that you can join the show. So I'm going to call out the telephone number, and you can then join the show. And let's have an in-depth discussion today and talk about some things that we can bring to light and discuss. Okay, I'm going to put the telephone line up on here very, very shortly. Just bear with me. Just bear with me here, and I will. So the national, I'm going to add Dr. Pittman Kennedy, put his comment on here. Energy is the framework and conduit for all development efforts. The does disregard or slow pace in optimizing the energy sector sends a clear message that holistic development is not the top priority for government. You're 100% right. If you want to join the show, Pittman, just let me know and I'll send you the link so you can join as well. Okay. If you want to join the show, just let me know and I can send you the link. And I need some other people to kind of push the idea of energy development here. Let me just get the number here, and I will put the number on the show for all of us to join here. And the number is okay. So I'm going to bring on Dr. Pittman Kennedy. He's going to join me this morning to participate in the discussion as well, to talk about energy for development across this country for transformation. Here you go, Pittman. I'm sending you the link. Please join me this morning. So the number here is going to be, if you want to join in this morning, the number to call is The number to call is 1-346-546-4589. This is a U.S. number. 346 area code 346-546-4589. So if you're listening across the U.S., Canada, you want to participate in the conversation, please call in and we'll get you on the discussion this morning. I'm going to go to a short music break and then I will be right back. Facebook, I have no copyright to this music. I'll show you my best friend's friend. I got the Indies together. Give you my necklace friend. Give you my last chance friend. I'll show you my best friend's friend. Everything I do, yeah. Me, I know the but all my friends are pretty from them. I don't mind, I'm pretty content. I don't fight the indie from men. Oluwa, can you fix the problem? Shine the fire that you reason. Where they give teacher, make you leave me. Shine the fire that you reason, yeah. I got the indie together. Give you my best friend. Give you my last chance friend. I'll show you my best friend's friend. I got the Indies together. Give you my necklace friend. Give you my last chance friend. I'll show you my best friend's friend. Everything I do, yeah. But you are you do me But you are you do me I'm not joking, I'm a guys them that know me. Since so six, I don't like to story. I don't be OG, but if you ask them, they know me.
I know they blow trees, so you don't hear me low. Music chose me, just know this and know this. I did low, but I'm never low.
Okay, I'm back here. I'm waiting for Dr. Fitna Kennedy to join. So as I was saying, energy must be the driver for even the agriculture sector. Energy has to be the driver for the tourism sector. How will we power up the hotels? How will we power up the resorts? If tourism is part of the arrest agenda, then how then can those the tourism sector drive and truly transform the different counties where hotels, motels, guest houses, tourism resorts would be built, and how will the tourists enjoy the luxuries of those resorts if they're not powered up by energy? So it's so important, it's so critical. Okay, here is Dr. Pitt McCain. I'm going to add him here. Hey, Doc, how you doing this morning?
Good morning, my brother. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for joining in. I really need your participation in on this discussion today. The current leadership of Liberia, our land of liberty that we love so much, has put out their arrest agenda for national and inclusive development. But there are only 4 pages in the document that is 289 pages that relate to talk about electricity or the energy sector. So, my take on it is, if we understand how important energy is, and you write a document that's 289 pages long, why only 4 pages to the number one thing that's going to make everything else in that document possible? What is your take?
Say what you mean and mean what you say. All right. If you are going to talk about development, then you have to understand that, like I said, development is predicated. Energy is the conduit, the framework, the baseline, the fundamental. Nothing can be sustained in the areas of development when you don't have energy, because nothing good grows in the dark.
That's
There's
exactly
nothing
right.
good that grows in the dark. So when you are telling people that you want to develop and you want to move, whether it's an entity or organization or a nation, from one point to another, you have to consider energy. You have to make energy a top priority, because without energy, anything is not going to be sustained. So I don't feel like people are doing what they say or say what they're doing. By you saying what you're doing, you're going to start to act upon that. You're not going to have 4-page and a 200+ page document that's going to focus on energy. You're going to engage the experts, the SMEs, because you see, one of the things that I feel like people are being hypocritical in their intent is that none of us, not any one of us, is independently the most smartest person in any one area, but collectively is where we come to become smart based on the application of shared knowledge, right? So if I'm in a power to be that can help enhance some type of development, then I'm also considering the SMEs in the area of energy. I'm collaborating with them. I'm bringing them in and leveraging the expertise. And even to pull that string a little further, these are Liberians, guys like yourself, energy savant, I would say. You should be engaged in the day-to-day conversations that's going to help move the energy sector forward. And the fact that we're not doing that is sad. It's very sad. So then we have to ask ourselves, where are we really going? Do we really mean what we're saying? That's my take. I can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Last night I was on the closing argument, and I was talking about this same energy issue. And Monday is the president will be doing the State of the Nation's address, and he will be talking about all of their accomplishments in the different area, from agriculture to rule of law to roads to tourism, and but again, all of those areas, as they will mark, they will speak about their accomplishments on those things. Again, for me, I'm not a political animal. I focus in the private sector, that is supposed to be the driver for our economic transformation that will ultimately lead to political transformation in our country. But energy is something that, I was asking last night, why are we so challenged in this area? Is it that leadership does not want to accept the fact that there's a deficiency there? I think Liberia has a tremendous amount of electrical engineers, and for those who are electrical engineers who are listening, if you could please, call in or whatever the case is. I mean, why are we so challenged in this area? It's been 1 year. There's been 1 year since this leadership took office, and here it is. There's no real improvement in the energy sector, and then a document 289 pages long is put forward for inclusive transformational development, but yet it's still, I mean, how do you think the Millennium Compact people are looking at this? People are saying that Millennium Compact people are in town. Okay, fine, they're in town, but how do you think they're looking at this? I mean, everybody understands, every economist, there's no economist that you can bring on this show to discuss this issue who does not understand that energy has to play, it must play. It can only be the driver. You can bring all the educated people to Liberia, all the diasporas can come home. But if there's no energy, there won't be any transformation. So, I mean, for me, this is something that is so profound that only 4 pages in this document speaks to electricity, speaks to the energy grid, speaks to the National Development Plan for Energy, speaks to connecting the different counties. I mean, there's nothing in there that is of substance. So how do you think we can move forward, Carl Pittman? How do you think? I mean, what would it take for people to truly understand? What would it take? I mean, maybe I'm missing something.
No, you're not missing anything. I will ask you some basic fundamental questions.
Okay.
Not elaborate. Just give me a yes or no answer, and then I will tell you why. What's the issue? If you had an opportunity, you were king for a day, could you transform the energy sector?
If I was king for a day
in Liberia, and were you empowered? You had the resources and everything. Do you have the answers to the energy crisis in Liberia?
I would say yes.
Okay. Simple question, simple answer. Thank you. Now, it's been over a year since I've heard you articulating and giving these avenues and all of that. So why you are not being leveraged, that's the first thing. So then it's not a technological problem. It's a personal problem. It's an individual issue. It's the element of fear within the powers that be. All right? So I'll give you an example. I work for the Air Force, United States Air Force, installation mission support. We are integrators. We integrate all installations, right? I work for a 2-star general that tells us, hey, I need information on artificial intelligence, how it can solve our problem. That's all he tells us. It's our job to make it happen, right? So guess what we do? We collaborate with the industry experts. We collaborate with academia researchers, and we come to a solution and present it to him and say, here's it. We're going to fix it. All right? It's that type of thinking that limits us. The fear of losing grip on something that you think you have. Well, you don't really have power, because when you have real power, then you're going to become smarter. You're going to engage the Elkanah Phillips, the Isaac October of the world in their respective areas, and bring them on board and empower them to help you achieve success. Because you see, your agenda and your intent is not to look for a job, because I know who you work for, I know what you do. But what you have in your mind is what we need. So how come we are not leveraging those things? Well, how come we're not leveraging what's in your mind? Humble ourselves. Engage with the people that we need to engage with. Let's fix this problem. So you see, that's all. You were in Liberia recently when we met. Mm-hmm. The city, Monrovia is overpopulated. We all know that, right? Why? In the dark, the one beacon of light, everybody gravitates towards it. So that's another example. People come from everywhere in the interior and gravitate on the city, because when everywhere else is dark, that one shining light in the city gives hope. So how do you help with the overpopulation in Monrovia? You open the roads to all things, all parts of the country. How do you do that? You need energy. If you start giving disenfranchising all the centralized opportunities in Monrovia and putting them out in the far-reaching areas, and the roads are there, and the people can get to wherever they want to go and back easily, you will start to notice that you will also help not only the energy problem, but you will start to help the overcrowdedness, because people will be comfortable living in Maryland County and all parts of Bond County and assign on all those areas. So the fact that the issue with the energy, Akina, I don't believe is it's just a personal issue right now. People are afraid to engage with the minds of yourself, with the experts that can help come together and solve this problem. So whoever's advising the people, that the powers that be, the authority is in their hands to make the difference that they can make. But until that mindset changes, we're going to be having these conversations, and hopefully it changes soon, so we're not having the same conversation 3, 4, 5 years from now. Because we are lagging behind. We are lagging behind. Even Sierra Leone picking up the pace. We are lagging behind everybody around us, because we have not put a premium on this energy problem. And we think that a partial darkness throughout the day or throughout the night, is a norm. It's an acceptable norm. I'll give you power for 8 hours and I will take it back for the next 16 hours. That cannot be normal. Not in this fast developing world that we're in. Energy, right? It's the baseline. Akina is like, okay, I'm a basketball coach. I can't teach you special tactics if you don't have fundamentals. And without energy, you cannot achieve anything fundamentals. So then how can you compete in the trending technology advances that are happening over and over day by day? You can't even compete, because your baseline is not even covered. You can't even sustain a day of 24 hours energy. So how can you even start to accelerate changes in your technological infrastructure? You can't. There's no way. So it's frustrating, because we could do it if the right minds come together and collaborate. But unfortunately, we don't want to do that. That's my thoughts.
Yeah, I think to a degree there, your point is right. I think what happens to a lot of people is that a lot of people get very, very insecure when subject matter experts come around, because they believe for some reason that everyone from the diaspora that speaks on an issue, that expands on an issue, that drives an issue, is only looking for a job opportunity. And that is so far from the truth. And I think that's where the people become very, very uncomfortable. That's where they become very uncomfortable. That's where they start pushing people away. That's where they start, taking your telephone calls, because they believe that you want their job. No, you've got to understand that all of us are on this ship. And if you, like I said, earlier in the program, it feels so helpless when you're on the bus and the bus is being driven by someone who doesn't know where they're going, and they're going in the wrong direction. And all you can do is to keep yelling and screaming in the back. And the guy, he doesn't even want to pay attention to anyone. And the thing is, nobody wants to drive the bus, but we just want to assist you, advise you, counsel you, to let you know you're going in the wrong direction. You should have made a right, but you made a left. So let's make a U-turn and go back the other way. You get my point? Or somebody may say, hey, I've driven on this road before, and there's a curve coming up, and the speed at which you're going, you need to slow down because there's a curve coming ahead. You get what I'm saying? So I think and from the previous election, where I served as a senior policy advisor for Robert Morris, where we drove this energy issue, and I think people believe that they've turned electricity into politics. No, that is not that's not true. The thing is, we cannot transform this country. The diaspora and Liberians cannot play a meaningful role in the national economy and play a role for national development and transformation without energy and electricity. We cannot industrialize the mining sector, Bunk Mines, Bay Mountain, whatever they want to call the oil palm industry. They cannot be industrialized unless you have energy. And how are you going to address tourism? The hotels, the motels. How are you going to industrialize our agriculture sector, to process cassava and everything else without electricity? So I think, it creates some level of what's the word? Uncomfort, right? People become very uncomfortable. They become very, very uncomfortable when subject matter experts talk about these things, because it makes them feel irrelevant, and that's not the case. The key is, if there's knowledge to be gained, humble yourself, submit yourself, and learn, because all that will do is that you take that teaching, you take that learning, you take that knowledge, and then you go back to where you can apply it and bring about transformation to move the country forward. And that's all we're trying to do. And that's all we try, because the MCC, the Millennium Compact people are in Monrovia. I mean, you got to understand, these people have already had their meeting before meeting with you. You put out your development plan, your development agenda. I'm sure you gave it to them before they got there. But now, do you not think that they've read through it? Do you not think that they've recognized that only 4 pages in this document relates to energy, electricity? Do you not know that they have already made up their mind to say, this is a reflection of the mindset of the people who wrote the document, of this administration? Do you not understand that they say, well, if these people don't understand that energy, electricity is so paramount to everything else in the document, then I think these guys are trying to build the house from the roof down to the foundation. And I mean, I wanted you to kind of, from your position, perception. I mean, you and I were home. How do you see like the Liberian business sector? You're doing your own thing there with scholarship education of the young people. Even in what you're doing, how will the schools be transformed to teach new things to the young people there without electricity? I mean, expand on that, please.
So it's an impediment. It's an impediment. It's a serious impediment. So when I was there in December, we did a capacity building, second year in a row. And I would tell you, we had even Ava Tukba was there to kind of help me a little bit. But we have 50 students from about 18 different schools that came into this seminar, right? And the first thing that stood out was the heat. Even though we made accommodations for air conditioning, but those things are only short-lived when you have extreme heat. So I start to ask myself the question: if this is the norm for the learning or culture for these young people, the learning environment, then that's an impediment to absolute learning opportunity, because those things are distractors. And you and I know we have kids that have gone to school here in this part of the world. Again, I'm not making a direct comparison, but without the lack of conducive, atmosphere in the classroom, and the kids are subjected to extreme heat, that ability to learn is fractured a little bit, right? But from a business standpoint, you are at the mercy of the energy that you have. So it's either going to cost you by either going and get generator and paying so much for gasoline, or sacrificing your business efficiency based on the lack of energy. So again, it's damn if I do, damn if I don't. So I'll give you a classic example. I lecture at the University of North Carolina. So the first class I had, which was about almost 2 years ago, I was in Liberia when I started class. The first night of class, the dean usually sits in because that's his first class, and that was my first class teaching. So I'm teaching, and I'm going about 45 minutes into the lecture. We lose power in Liberia. Even though I'm in a hotel, we lose power. Can you imagine how embarrassing that was to me? So the day I got a call from the Dane, like, hey, what's going on? I said, hey, sir, lost power. I'm in Liberia. So he finished the class for me. Thankfully, he was there. But then I had another class the next week because before I left Liberia. So now I got to make a decision. Do I subject myself to the same thing, or do I change the environment? So I had to go to RLJ and talk to them and make sure that, hey, I'll pay for a room here for one night, but ensure me that there's not going to be energy loss at a certain time. And they ensured me that, and it cost me how much that room cost for that night. So just think about the opportunities. It's not just about me, but any one of us could be in situations like that. It doesn't necessarily have to be the classroom. It could be a business meeting that you are having, and you dealing with global partners, and you are subjected to those types of energy loss and things like that. So we have a lot to do, but it kind of like pushing to a dead horse here when we say it comes down to the people and the mindset. The mindset have to change. We have to be open-minded and not let fear be the order of the day. But I will say something here that I've been thinking through, right? When we talk about serving in these capacities, you and I can tell we know each other. And I have a lot of respect for you. And I would say that a lot of things that you do for people is not even advertised. So I know what you do behind the scenes for our young people in Liberia. But I think when people are being placed in an opportunity to serve, they should really ask themselves, like, why am I here? What's my mission? And then have a creed, a personal creed that you live by. If we don't do that, then all of this stuff right here is waste. Because if your only agenda is to fill your pockets and enrich yourself, then you and I could talk about energy from now to the end of the world. It's not going to change anything. You have to have an organic intent or natural intent to do better. And even when you err, you will get back on track. But when you know what the answer is and you fail to go there because of the element of fear, that tells me that your commitment is not to the larger society, but to yourself. Because that fear is only between you and the resource that you need. Fear is the inhibitor between you reaching out to the SME, collaborating with them. Fear. So that's what it is. This is a personal thing that we have, and our people are growing into it. And what's sad is, guess what? Our young people think that the only opportunities that demonstrate success is something attached to the government, job-wise. So guess what? We have this continuum of deficiency that's continuing to grow. So that's why when I do capacity building, I give the young people other avenues, other opportunities. And like yourself, I'm not interested in government work and all those things. We are secured in ourselves, but we have so much to offer. And if our country was able to just leverage our minds, look at Isaac Bactogba in Liberia right now on the ground. So much of walking knowledge brain full with answers. Look at you. How much you have given. That's why I asked you the question earlier about if you were given the magic wand for a day, could you make that difference? And absolutely, I know you do. I know what you do for Rexel. But why are we not being leveraged? Why are you not being leveraged? Why? Over to you, brother.
And like I said, this young lady just put a comment up here. Her name is Jasa Major. She said, you hit the nail on the head concerning the mindset of Liberians. It's our biggest hindrance to development. And it's the mindset. It's the mindset. The mindset that we bring to business, the mindset that we bring into positions of power, the mindsets that we bring into everything that we do. Because the scripture is clear. So a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Mm-hmm. So a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. So the person cannot be anything other than what his mindset is. And the manifestation of his mindset would be the words he speaks and the action he displays. And this is where we find ourselves because, like I said, subject for some reason in our Liberian setting, the subject matter experts threaten those who are in positions, for some strange reason. The person comes in as a private investor. This is a person who comes from the US. I made my money, I've done my time, I've invested, I've made my money, worked, gained the experience, the expertise, and I come in and I want to invest in the private sector. That's why I tell most Liberians, when you go home, first thing, go to business registry. Register your company, form your company, get your paperwork. And once you get everything open up, go to any one of the banks, open your bank account, get your company legal if you want to rent a small office, whatever the case is. And then from that point on, you move forward.
Yeah.
Because you don't need government at that time. Because I think most Liberians in the diaspora believe that working with somebody in government can help them get to where they are. The thing is, how can you tell me that you have a deal for me, right? You have a deal for me. You want me to come and do a deal with you to win this because you are already in the right place. No.
Yeah.
As a business person, why do you need me? If you're already in the right place, strategically positioned with all the right connections, then why do you need me? You don't need me. You truly do need me to make that business work for you because you're already there. You have everything. What you're trying to do is to play on my ignorance because I'm the one who believes that I can't make this happen without you. No. And I think most Liberians in the diaspora get caught or drawn into this trap, believing that somebody in government can help them make something work for them. No, you don't need that. You form your company. You're in the private sector. You have an advanced level of understanding, thinking, and imagination and creativity. You've got your own money. Form your company. Open your bank account. Get on the ground. Do your survey, make the right connections in the private sector, and then focus on how you can deliver transformation through your business in the economy. Hire one or two young people, train them, educate them in what it is you want. Don't tell them you're working for me. Tell them we're working together.
Exactly.
It's all about the words you use. You teach them because what you have to do, you have to train them so that they take out all the wrong thought process and then train them in the way you want them to go with you. Okay. But again, this energy issue is the hindrance to the Liberian diaspora truly engaging in a meaningful way to bring economic transformation in our country because technology is driven by energy.
Absolutely.
I visited several of the cell phone tower sites when I was home.
Yeah.
And what I've noticed is that all of the cell phone companies, the two major cell phone companies, Orange and MTN, they've transformed their entire base station setup from 100% reliance on LEC to solar.
Yeah.
So they've got three power sources. They've got their generators, they've got their solar power plant, and they have a connection to LEC.
Yeah.
So they will run on LEC. By the time LEC goes off, they go to battery and they switch to solar. That's it. Automatic. They go to solar. On a rainy day, if LEC is off, if LEC is on, they will run with LEC. So they've adapted. So those companies, to maximize their profitability in a market where the leadership does not understand the importance of energy, they've created a way to isolate and protect their investment from those people who don't understand how important energy is.
Yeah.
Here it is. We have Grand Bassa County, the largest investment in Liberia, Mittal Steel. They've got their not the mining, but their logistics and transferring of the ore onto the ships in Grand Bassa County. There's a Transco substation right there. It's been there over 2 to 3 years. But the city is dark. The city is in darkness. Why? Because, again, the mindset. The mindset that the leadership had, the previous leadership and this leadership has brought to the energy sector, that no one was able to bring the banking sector together to make an investment in the infrastructure to expand the energy corridor from the Transco substation into Grand Bassa County to stimulate the economy to create more jobs. And yeah, so this for me is a big deal. It's a big deal.
So
It's a very, very big deal.
So
if you want to call, I'm coming. If you want to call the show, please join us on WhatsApp at +1 346 217 3664. You can join us on WhatsApp, or if you're in the US and you want to call directly, you can call us on that's the WhatsApp number. And if you want to join the show directly, you can just call in on this number +1 346 546 4589 if you're anywhere in the US. Please join the show and let's talk about energy.
So
Justin, I really would like for you to call in because you're putting some very, very important topics on here. She said, I think the electricity should be privatized and decentralized. I would like for you to please join the show because you talked the word you used there, decentralization, is what I talked about last night. That's one of the biggest problems that LEC has today. LEC is not decentralized. There's not an LEC office in all the different counties across the country, even though they're the national power company, but they're not anywhere. They're not everywhere to build the system so that every county's economy can start building and start transforming. So I would really like for you to please call the numbers there or call or join the show on WhatsApp. The numbers are right there. That's the WhatsApp number. I would really like to get your thoughts on some of the issues that we're talking about today. Go ahead, Dr. Pitt McKennedy.
I could summarize all of this and say it's a leadership issue. Okay, now it's a leadership issue. All right. The culture that's been there, it takes leadership to transform the culture. We talked about the culture of the fear, the intimidation, the lack of open-mindedness. So it takes leadership to change that trajectory, to change that trend. And again, that's one of the reasons why guys like me try to engage with the young people, because the culture right now, the entire culture right now is predicated on perceiving success as either one of those government jobs. If you don't have one of those jobs, then you are not successful. And that's far from the truth. All right. Before I joined the call, I heard you guys talk about the agriculture sector and the farming, the different levels of farming, what's considered a farmer. And, I for one believe that being an entrepreneur, to me, that's if not the most efficient way to build wealth, for yourself. You direct wealth for yourself. You decide how much wealth you make when you are an entrepreneur. That entrepreneur spirit, I think we should start growing that among our young people, because the way the culture is set, if we don't have effective leadership and then people that really love country over self, this is wasted hot air from our mouths. I'll be honest with you. Because it's not like we're looking for a technology that's so elusive or some type of knowledge that's so elusive. No, the knowledge is there, the experts are there. But the people are holding on because of fear. So it's a leadership issue. Are we having the right conversations at the different leadership levels, understanding that why are you serving? What can I expect out of you? What transformation, what are you going to do for your people? Because I think it was Zig Ziglar that said, give enough people what they want and you essentially get what it is you want. And our people don't think that. Akina, the first thing that got to come underneath for me. No, give the people what they want. Give them what they need. And you will not have to come in and the secondary and third level effects, to where people, when it's election time, you see people get crazy and they do all these type of improprieties and all these, corrupt things to try to attain power because it's a fear. You are confident, Akina. I know what you do. You are energy guru. So you could walk out of that company right now without fear, understanding that you're confident enough you can walk into another company that will offer you probably what you're making or more. Because what you've done and what you can do. But can our leaders say that? No. So this fear factor is part of what I call the trauma of poverty. We keep our people blind, keep them in the darkness. So then we can manipulate their decisions all the time. So we don't open their minds, because guess what? A mind that is stretched can never revert to its original dimensions. It can never do that. So we keep our people in the darkness. The more we keep them in the darkness, the more we make them think that we, as government officials, are the only ones, as the only means to be successful. And we have to change that. And the way God said, you change that is going directly to the youth and saying, no, think differently. You could be successful being this. But none of that is possible without the framework of energy and electrification of our processes, our organization, our systems, the things that we use, because the resources that we need are going to be limited without energy. You know, we can't be effective in the lack of energy. So, but without leadership, without effective leadership, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, Mr. Peter say he has a question here. Yes, if somebody wants to call the show, please feel free to call in and we will get you on. Peter is asking a question here. He's saying, may I ask a question? How much energy does the average home in Liberia need, and how much will it cost per month? Typically, you know, depending on how much stuff you've got plugged into the wall. I mean, that's not a straightforward answer. If you have, you know, if you're in the ice business or cold water business, you got 1 or 2 refrigerators or 1 or 2 freezers, your TV, your fan, air conditioning unit, you're going to probably use anywhere between $20, $30 maybe per week, because you're pulling more. If you only have a fan and a few light bulbs, it may only cost you $10, $12, $15 per week. So depending on how much equipment you have plugged into the power and how the demand is for your home, that will also translate into how much money you're going to consume every month. So that's your answer, Peter. You know, one of the things I did while home, I visited, you know, I walked around the different places and I looked at the LEC transformers on the pole, the 150 kVA, 75, 150, 250 kVA transformers on the pole. And I saw the what we call the sub-distribution from the 22 kV line to the transformer. And then from there, going out to connect the homes. And I saw a fundamental flaw. There's a fundamental flaw, and that's what's affecting so many neighborhoods across the service area of LEC. Because when you do, you know, power distribution, especially when you're feeding homes from a transformer, and all of those homes are connected directly to your revenue stream. Okay, so the longer people are connected on that transformer, the more they can consume the power in the meter, and then the more money the power company makes. So this is how the power company makes money. But what they've done, what LEC have done under the previous leadership, because these guys are all part of the previous, except for Eric Augustine Fredericks, part of the new interim management team. What they've done is that they put a circuit breaker. They put a circuit breaker on the secondary side of the transformer. Now, I know you're not an engineer, but let me just explain. So when you're supposed to use a fuse disconnect, where you have 3 fuses, one for phase A, phase B, and phase C, so that if you have an overload, okay, because every house is connected on 220, so it's neutral to phase, and that's how they connect the houses from that transformer, balancing the load, whatnot. But you're supposed to put the fuses there, 1 fuse for each phase, and the reason you do that is so that if the A phase is overloaded, then the fuse for the A phase will blow, and then you're still making money and providing service to the people on the B phase and the C phase. You get my point, okay?
Yeah.
And then the service team can come out and replace the fuse on the A phase. But when you put a circuit breaker there, what you've done is that the circuit breaker, if 1 phase is running high as an overload, it will shut the entire service down and the entire neighborhood will go off. And what will happen is, because as Jasa, I think as Jasa said, in her statement, LEC is not decentralized from the service technical support point of view.
Yeah.
That entire neighborhood is shut off for days and sometimes weeks before the LEC guys can come back and reset the breaker to put everybody back on. So there's no way for them to even troubleshoot to know which phase has the overload for them to go and check in that direction and stuff like that. So it is a flawed sub-distribution system that's creating a tremendous amount of problems. But if they could just solve that one problem by removing the breaker and putting in fuses, it would transform the network overall by increasing the revenue and reducing the amount of outages, and then use Jasa's statement by decentralizing the technical support in different areas. But again, to your point, the fear factor is what drives all of this. People are afraid of being neutralized or being defined as unusable because they didn't have the understanding or the knowledge to bring about the solution. So they're afraid of those who come in as subject matter experts to speak on this energy issue. Peter Kwewe say here, how much does the average Liberian earn per month? And how much disposable income we believe we are able to dedicate to only energy? How realistic is what you're saying is a country that people with jobs eat only $125 a month? But again, Peter, this is my point. This is my point. The point here is, if you don't industrialize the economy and transform the economy through energy, through electricity, then you would not have increased wages.
Increased wages. So it's apples and oranges right now. But good point, Peter. But yes, that has nothing to do with the availability of energy. Okay, because what we're talking here is trying to make energy available to equal distribution and make it available. So now the issue of wages and all of that, but it's a separate issue. But without energy, remember I said baseline fundamentals, without energy, you couldn't even try to even employ processes and programs and improvements that will be able to get you raises. But my brother, with all due respect, this is how our people want us to think. So the more we start to think like this, the more we start to justify what we have now. What we have now is not acceptable. Our brothers in Ghana and Ivory Coast, they are not subjecting themselves and accepting it. So if this type of thinking we must change. Don't try and justify the lack of efficiency, effectiveness, and lack of leadership that traumatizing us under this umbrella of poverty. I understand what you're saying about the income and all of that, but we're talking about the availability of energy. Ken, I have two technical questions for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
One, I know you were just speaking about the breaker piece and all of that. Is that the reason why some homes sometimes the energy is very low, even though they have electricity that day, but the air conditioners don't work certain days and the light bulbs really low, and sometimes it's normal? Is that
okay? So let me explain that. Okay, so the point you brought up is this. So the transformer, every transformer that they put out on the street, right? Every transformer they hang on the pole. Let's take this caller. Let's take this caller here. Let me get this caller in. Hang on a second. Go ahead, caller. You're on the air.
Akina, you disappeared. And the caller is not, I haven't heard the person yet, so. Can you hear me, Al?
Yeah, call back. Let's go back.
Okay, just let me know when it's on, please.
Yeah.
I can hear you guys now.
You can hear me now? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me explain what for some reason my computer went off. Okay. So every transformer that is put up on the pole has a capacity, right? Okay. So just how you work in the Air Force, right? Every Connex has a certain amount of equipment you can put in there, the 10 foot, the 20 foot, the 40 foot, whatever the case is. That's how the transformers are. They design them for 50 kVA, 75 kVA, 100 kVA, 150 kVA, 250 kVA. The kVA, that kVA, kilovolt amps, the kilovolt amp is basically the kilovolt amp is basically the what we call the rating of the transformer. Okay, that's the rating of the transformer. So every transformer is rated. Every transformer is rated to provide a certain amount of kilovolt amps for the load, and the loads are all rated in what we call kilovolt amps, kVA. Okay, so when you put the transformer on the pole and you connect the houses, you're every bucket of water can only carry a specific amount. If the bucket of water can only if the poly tank is only 500 gallons, you cannot get more than 500 gallons out of the poly tank. You get my point, okay?
Yeah.
So when you're connecting the loads or the homes onto the transformer, what you are doing is you are consuming all of the kVA rating on each transformer. You get my point, okay?
Yeah.
You get what we call low voltage. So the transformer, when the transformer starts to give you low voltage, that means the maximum capacity of that transformer has been reached. So all the transformer can do is to start overheating. That's the first thing. It will start overheating. The transformer will start overheating. And then as it overheats, what it's going to do is that it's going to when it overheats, it's going to eventually explode. That's what's going to happen. The transformer is going to eventually explode and blow up in the neighborhood and put the whole place in blast. Now, the danger, this is what causes the fires to burn the houses in Liberia, okay? Because what happens is voltage and current are what we call opposite of each other. When the voltage goes down, you see it in the light bulbs start going from white to yellow. You get my point? Your fan doesn't turn as fast, and when you put your hand on the fan is hot. Am I right? The fan is hot, okay? And now what that is doing, low voltage causes the current to increase. And the danger is that the wire that you run in the wall, if it's only rated for 10 amps or 12 amps, when the voltage goes down and the current goes up, guess what happens? Guess what happens? The wire starts to overheat in the wall, and now you have a fire hazard. And then ultimately, if the transformer on the pole doesn't blow up, if the circuit breakers in the panel doesn't trip because it's high current, then what's going to happen is you're going to start a fire in the wall. Yeah. And ultimately, the house burns. Because what LEC did not do is that they did not put a transformer that was big enough to carry all the loads for the homes in the area. So what happens is you connect at one house, the house, and the guy gets connected. Same question that Peter is asking.
Yeah.
Connect the house. The guy only had 3 light bulbs or 4 light bulbs, and then all of a sudden he went and bought an air conditioning unit. He decided to go into the ice business.
Yeah.
The guy who ran the wires in his house only used cables for 15 amps.
There you go.
But now all of a sudden, the transformer outside is not big enough, because all of a sudden now everybody going in the ice business because LEC power has not come to supplement their income. All of a sudden the transformer is maxed out because LEC did not forecast the growth, and they didn't have the right understanding that when electricity comes, people are going to use the electricity to do business to supplement their income because the economy is not paying them enough money. You get my point? Okay? Yeah. And then as they're adding the freezers, the ice box, and doing other businesses, right? All of a sudden, the transformer maxed out, the voltage goes down, the current goes up, the wire in the wall starts to get hot, and the guy the electrician who came to do the work wasn't certified, wasn't educated. They didn't put a circuit breaker there. He connected you directly with no overcurrent protection, and you don't even know that you're sitting in a
hazard,
and you're sleeping.
Yeah.
And you got your air conditioning on, it's running hot, but you can't tell.
You can't tell.
And next thing you know, the fire starts in the wall, and the smoke from the insulation suffocates you. And then people say somebody threw a wish on the man. No, the guy died because the transformer was maxed out. The voltage went down, the current went up. It created a fire hazard simply because LEC did not forecast what we call the growth of the load in the area, because there's no monitoring system on those transformers.
Awesome.
We report on how much loading is taking place on the transformers in the geographical area. And that's why I keep telling people, this is all about understanding. When electricity comes, people are going to plug in to transform their lives. They're going to use the electricity to do other businesses. So naturally, the transformer you put there in January, by December, that transformer is almost at 85% maximum capacity. So you need to figure out how to upgrade the transformer in the area. Go ahead.
Your screen is dark. Do you know that?
My screen is dark.
Yeah, we can't see nothing but a black screen. I'm not sure if you're aware.
Really?
Yeah. I can see the picture now, but it's dark again.
It's dark again. Okay, my computer went off for some reason. Can you see me now?
Nope, can't see you.
Okay, let me just do something here.
And then I wanted to speak to my brother Peter again. Peter, that's a good question, that you asked, because I'm sure, hopefully you're still listening, but I'm sure that so many of our brothers and our sisters may ask the same question. How realistic is what we are saying in a country that people with jobs only eat only $125 per month? Okay, so let me just take a deep dive into that. What you're saying, I agree with you. But remember we said in the beginning that all things development-wise is predicated on energy. So let's assume that, yes, you're making $125 a month. It's a thing that said our services, right? Our rewards are directly in proportion to our services. In other words, you get paid for what you gave. Now, in order for you to expand your income, you got to do one or two things. You either got to double up on your work, or you got to develop yourself to a certain point where you earn more money. But without energy, neither of those things are possible. What happens after 6 o'clock in Liberia when it gets dark? It becomes very risky. So even the opportunity to operate businesses in the evening time to give you that second income, they're taken away because of lack of electricity. Some other people might say, well, I'll go to work in the day and I'll go to school at night, maybe online. Again, the lack of electricity takes that away. So when we talk about everything is predicated on that, that's exactly what we mean. So even the opportunities for the individuals to better themselves, because over here, that's in other parts of Africa, other parts of the world, there are people that go into school in the evenings, whether it's online or whether it's going to the classes at nighttime. So they better themselves. So they're not making $125 a month, 4 years in a row, 5 years in a row. But that opportunity do not exist because there's no electricity. So the energy sector, again, there's no way to circumvent the importance of it. There's no way. And that's why our people want us to think, so that way we can keep thinking that, okay, yeah, it's okay. No, it's not okay. It's not okay for you to be making $125 an entire month working really any part of the world right now. So we got to start to change the way we think and say, look, we deserve better. So we got to think about innovative ways that we can try to expand our individual capacity. Because if we start to sit and wait for somebody to do it for us, it's not going to happen. So conversations like this need to be had, and amongst not only us, but even the young people, the youth, so they can start to change the way they think. So when they aspire and ascend into positions of opportunities like this, they can hopefully make the right choices and do the right things. So that way, the people become a people that's going to be developed. So I just want to throw light onto that for you. But that's a great question you asked. But it's about how we think. I want to see the picture again, your wife still, and then back.
Can you see me now? Can you see me now?
No, we can't see you at all.
I'm amazed. What's happened here?
Take your virtual thing, or I don't know. Maybe you can, or change your virtual picture or something, or maybe just
I think
exit
something's
and come
over
back
my
in.
screen. Can you see me now?
No, it's still a black screen.
Okay. Well, let me just go back to this picture here. I'll keep that picture up on there. Yeah. So the point you're making is so important. I don't think people understand that the industrialization of the economy, the industrialization of the society, the industrialization of every sector, right? Education, telecommunication, even the military, the national security, tourism, agriculture, the industrialization of each of those segments of a nation's economy are wholly and solely dependent on the energy sector. And this is the disconnect. This is the disconnect that we have. People, and the disconnect is that the people who are in the positions to transform, to make the change, to do these things, do not understand it.
Yeah.
As a result of their lack of understanding, that's why we as a people, as a nation, are where we are today. We find ourselves lagging behind. As old as we are, 170 plus years, we still have not yet come to understand how important electricity is for the industrial transformation of the minds and the society and the economy and the lives of the people. That's where we find ourselves where we are. And then the thing is, you mentioned it earlier, Dr. Pittman, the fear factor. The fear factor. Fear has now become a major part now, where the subject matter experts are the people that nobody wants to talk to. Everybody runs away from the subject matter expert, because the subject matter experts, they believe, have come back to the country or are speaking on an issue only because the subject matter expert wants a job. That's what they believe. They believe that the only reason somebody highlights an issue, talks on an issue, drives an issue, promotes an issue, or educates on an issue, expounds on an issue, is because the person wants a job. That's the only reason why. That's the only reason why they believe that that person is talking on an issue, because the person wants a job.
Yeah. And our brothers and sisters, man, like I said, we are, for me, and I speak with for Akina as well, the goal here is just to kind of, help move this needle forward for all of us. It's not about condemning or criticizing, just about talking about solutions, because the solutions they lie out there. Just that we can see you now. The solutions there, so we just kind of inject our ideas, our opinions, and our expertise just to help solve this problem, because we come from Liberia. The people of Liberia are our brothers and sisters, and we don't want to sit here and see them just go through generations of poverty and just sit idly by. So that's why
I'm going to add a very, very great good engineer to the stream. His name is Patrick Na. He's a hydrologist. This young man is a hydro engineer, young man, and he will be joining me here shortly. I just sent him the link. This guy went to school, got his Bachelor of Science degree in hydrology. This guy studied water, meaning that he can go and assess rivers in Liberia, where hydros can be built.
Yeah.
Okay. to support energy transformation in Liberia. So we have a good energy mix. And this is a young Liberian. This is a Liberian in Liberia. This is not a guy who's in the US. This is a guy who's in Liberia, a hydrologist. His name is Patrick Nah. Patrick will be joining us here shortly. Okay. And the thing is, I mean, it's just amazing to see that we had, like you said earlier, we have all of these young people. We have all of these young people who are competent,
capable as well.
yeah, competent young people that are available and are not being utilized. They are not being utilized. Yeah. I mean, and yet it's still we're taking so much time to address an issue whereby the human resources they're already there.
I cannot. Have you ever thought about this, right?
Yeah.
As I don't even think we. All right, think about this. Most economies in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got that 9 to 5 group, and then you got that evening hours group, right? Where you're a business development guy. Business is still going on. Education is still going on. In the evening hours, that's 6 to 10, that's 6 to 11, right? We don't have that. After 7 p.m., everything shut down. For the most part, for the most part. So when your competitors, right, your partners globally, they're still operating. They're
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Everything is going on.
That's exactly right. Yes.
We are sleeping. You are sleeping. Or you're entertaining yourself in some type of format. But they're getting better. There's still learning going on. There's still exponential growth in different industries that's taking place. Oh gosh. Can y'all please spare us like, are you kidding me? Look at this. You see that? Look at this. We're on the show, please.
That's my better half. Yeah, so what we don't understand is that, like, Pittman, you just brought up a very, very critical issue. You just brought up something that is so important, that without energy, without electricity, without investment in this sector, and like what's her name, Jasa said, decentralizing the energy sector so it exists and operates in every county seat of the country, so that the diasporas, Liberians with all of this money, can look at their home county and say, you know what, I'm going to go and invest in Maryland. I'm going to go and invest in Grand Crew. I'm going to go and invest in Riverside. I'm going to go and invest in, because now what you've done is you've tapped into all of your, globally. You've connected Liberia globally. You've put Liberia on the map from the energy perspective, so that every economy in every county seat can now be an attraction to the global community, to the Liberians in diaspora. Number two, we don't understand that in order for our country to totally be transformed, using energy as the main workhorse, as the driver, you've got to have a 24-hour economy. And in order to have a 24-hour economy to compete in the Minor River Union energy has to be the driving focus. It must be the thing that leadership, the government, the leadership must put on the table as number one. That's why when I was the senior policy advisor for Robert Morris, that was it. We said we solve the energy issue, we solve everything else in Liberia.
That's it.
You cannot increase wages for workers. You cannot increase wages unless you industrialize the economy. Because with industrialization, it brings more investment, increase your tax revenue collections, and then government can invest in more things, education, healthcare, and so forth and so on. You can attract the diaspora investments, which are greater investment potential than foreign investors.
Yeah. Most of the universities, students are limited to what they offer during the daylight hours. That's it. You don't think you will accelerate education if you were able to give them some online classes at nighttime? at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. The other countries are doing that. So as we move forward, we are lagging behind. In fact, we're going the opposite direction of exponential growth. So 5 years, 10 years from now, we fall behind again. We're still behind. So we need a 24-hour economy. We need a 24-hour economy. Everything stops at 7 o'clock because, well, the place is dark. So energy drives everything. Energy is the essential, the critical necessity right now for any kind of sustained development. And I don't understand why it seems like it's so hard to come to fruition. So it's a leadership issue, like I said.
Not only is it a leadership issue, it's also a mindset issue. It's also an issue of understanding. If people don't truly understand how important energy is, if people don't truly understand the role it plays, they will always approach it from the perspective or from the mindset of belittling it. They believe that they can build a house without a foundation.
Yeah.
They
believe it crumbles. Very soon it crumbles.
That's it. I mean, you're building a house. You're spending all of this money to build a house where? On the sand. You don't have a foundation, and energy is the foundation. Energy can be the only foundation. Look at La Côte d'Ivoire next door to us. A country that is they're transforming so fast. Why? Because they're an oil and gas producer. They have a good energy mix, solar, hydro, and a natural gas turbine from the oil and gas production. And what? They're using that energy to put it on Transco. We've got 5 substations in our country. We've got solar available to us. And yet and still everybody is afraid of the subject matter experts. And when the subject matter experts talk about things, everybody runs. Everybody runs and they hide themselves because, again, those subject matter experts want to take our jobs. No, we can't bring them here because they want to take our jobs. Are you kidding me? It's time to listen, to learn, and then to ultimately grow so that we can transform this country, transform the economy, transform the minds of our people, and move our country from a 12-hour economy. The economy starts when the sun rises, and then everything shuts down. Everything shuts down when the sun goes down. I've got Patrick now. Hey, Patrick, how are you doing? Liberia's #1 hydrologist. How are you? Can you hear me, Patrick? Patrick, can you hear me? Patrick, can you hear me? We can't hear you. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. We can see you, but we can't hear you yet.
Yes, 1 minute.
Okay. Take your time. So,
okay, good.
Before he comes on, this is Patrick Na. I've come to know Patrick Na. He's a hydrologist. He's a young Liberian that went to school to do hydrology, the study of water in the engineering segment from College of Division. Patrick, welcome to the show. We're talking about, let me just set it up for you. We're talking about the role of energy in national development, economic growth, and transformation of our country, our people, and our nation, job creation. We're also talking about the fact that the new National Development Agenda, National Development Plan for Inclusive Development only has 4 pages dedicated towards energy, electricity. So welcome to the show. What's your take on the whole thing as a hydrologist?
Well, could you please repeat? Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I'd like to say I'm happy to join you today, even though I followed many days based on my basis share you. But can you please repeat the question again? I did not get that.
I was saying that today we're talking about the role that energy plays in our economic transformation, in our national development, job creation, and investment attraction into Liberia. And we're talking also about why is it that there are only 4 pages dedicated to electricity or the energy sector in the National Development Plan that was just released by the present leadership government that spoke to energy, considering that it is the main engine for transformation and economic growth in the country. What is your take as a hydrologist?
Oh, so thank you very much, man. I got you properly. So what I can say is, for a country like Liberia, if we must actually stimulate growth and development in this post-war area, it is essential that we draft policies or we draft towards deriving more sponsor, not sponsor, but invest more into energy sources. You all know that everything we want to do must start up basically with the use of energy. So, sorry, I've not seen that document. I just got a take of it. I was trying to browse through it, but I think it is not enough. National leadership needs to invest more into the sector. We need to do more. It is not enough.
Okay, quick, Pittman, you want to give him a question there?
Yeah, Patrick, how you doing? And welcome to the show. Again, Akina gave us a little background about your expertise, your area of expertise. But can you tell us a little bit about what you do right now in Liberia?
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Kennedy. My name is Patrick Sokona. I earned a Bachelor of Science in Geology from the University of Liberia, and I also earned a Master of Science degree from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Ghana, where I studied water resources engineering or basically hydrology. And my basic research interests were in hydropower engineering. I actually did as a part of my as a focus of my thesis was a hydropower assessment of the St. John River Basin. That's what I actually did. And I currently serve as a lecturer of water resources engineering at the College of Engineering right at the University of Liberia.
Awesome. Thank you for your service and coming back and helping. But do you think that you could give more to Liberia outside of just the teaching avenue? Could you think there are more opportunities that exist for you within in the area of hydroelectricity, those types of things, and other areas that your expertise could lend itself to?
Exactly, Dr. Kennedy. When I went to school doing my master's studies, I was basically not focused on coming by and getting a job. I was basically focused on how can I come back, use what I learned to develop my country. As we all know, like Mr. Philip usually says, in fact, he usually teaches the word, he teaches Liberian the word, is that energy at this time is the best source, is the best stimulus for national growth and development. So I saw this acute shortage of electricity. That's why I decided to go into this. So coming back, teaching the classroom, that's just one thing. I've been looking at the LEC, seeing how best I could contribute my quota to the LEC. Basically, basically, we all know that we have six principal river basins, and today we have one hydro that we can boast of that is providing on an average of 40 megawatts a year of electricity. In fact, or a design. I was thinking about joining the team at LEC or LERC or one of the line agency. We need to go into more assessment. This is major principal river basin. I believe we can generate more than what we have at this rate. So if I go a little bit into the research that I did, I sampled around 5 points along the St. John River Basin. And what I discovered is that the basin has an overall potential of close to 1,000 megawatts if we go into developing it into a project. So that was just theoretical. So I mean, just going to the field, assessing the basin from the median fall all the way down to the Atlantic Ocean, you might even find something bigger than that. So yes, we can contribute other
Interesting.
ways. We have serious issue of drainage. We'll be releasing pretty soon as a part of my work. Just today, they're doing the new road along the Freeport or Point Four corridor. I'm
Mhm.
not aware.
Yep, yep. That's always been a problem. That area has always been a problem. Yes.
So I was just on the field today, my trying to do my personal assessment, looking at the spread of the road, looking at the calculation of the drainage we have done, seeing whether it's going to create more problems in our rainy season. Right now, we're trying to do this latest pavement. And in fact, I even took some photos. You find out that just what was just done recently around, I just in the Prestige Motor. The pavement was done. It just had a small storm, and you have water setting on the road. I was just talking to one of the project engineers. I was saying, like, how can we do road in 2025 and stay resisting the same old issue? We have an annual rainfall of close to 4,000 millimeters of rain. If we have rain in July, August, what will be creating is a pool instead of doing a road. And if we cannot move during the rainy season, what's the essence of doing the road? So when it comes to the drainage sector, we can also contribute our quota. There are many ways the water resources engineers contribute to
Yeah. So you see, this is a young Liberian who went to the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, did his master's, did all of that, come back to Liberia, did his research on our river basins, and I mean, it's and this is someone who has. I mean, this is a natural resource. You know, many times Liberians always think that natural resources are only what is in the ground, or the trees, or the rubber, or the iron ore. But we fail to recognize, we fail to realize or understand that we as human resources. That's why every company has a what? They have an HR, a human resource department, because we human beings, because of our intellect, that which we know, the knowledge we've acquired, that within itself is what? It's a resource. This man is a walking natural resource who should be part of the Ministry of Mines and Energy, working in the energy sector to develop our hydro assets, okay, and infrastructure as a part of our what? Our national energy policy. Which, as he knows, I mean, building hydros are not something that you just buy off the shelf from Amazon. It takes time. It takes time because there's, environmental impact study, like you used the right word, drainage. You got drainage issue. You have relocation issue because you have flooding that comes with building the reservoir. Okay, and that means you have to relocate people. Vegetation will be damaged, wildlife, and everything. So this is, and these are Liberians who are natural resources, strategically placed. And now all of a sudden, if this guy gets a visa to travel with him and his family to Canada, we lose the natural resource. We lose it because he wants a better life for himself and for his family. So as much as he's nationalistic, as much as he's patriotic, he's going to say my value is not recognized, it's not realized. And because I'm a subject matter expert, guess what? I fall into the category that when I enter the room, everybody walks out because I threaten other people. And this should not be, why are you laughing at me? Patrick, is that what you are experiencing? Speak louder, I can hear you.
I would say that's just the finish of where we find ourselves today.
Yeah.
And I want to pull that thread a little bit. It speaks to a bigger problem. For me, I always say it's a leadership issue because the leaders set the vision, right, for what you want, whether it's at the highest level of executive all the way down to the different levels of leadership, right? It speaks to so many things. One, do they even understand the talent search, how to do that? But before that, what's the needs assessment? How do I know who I need, what I need, and where I need them? Do I even have the right level of expertise to even bring you on and give you an interview to see what you know? I don't even know that. But more so than that, right? What is the number one problem we have? Everybody want to give somebody that's in their family or friendship a job. So that blocks the natural conduit for guys like yourself to sit in your rightful places to serve your country. So we have a larger problem. It's a leadership issue. When the first time when the person is employed, in a position of leadership, most often than not, they think about friends and family, incompetent, that they're going to hire, put in positions that blocks, keep guys like yourself. Because I'm sure that more than one Patrick now, maybe in other areas that have learned, that have come back home, and they're not operating in their calling, in the area that the expertise that they belong in. Because these positions, if any, are occupied by friends and family members who don't meet the qualification. And this is a leadership issue. You're right. Can I hit on the point? This young man got an opportunity, not only Canada, anywhere out of Liberia. He probably flying and going. And the more that we deplete the country of these experts, the more we stay in this.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
You know,
People don't understand. They don't understand. They truly do not understand that human resources can be depleted. Can be depleted. I mean, and this young man here, Patrick now, I mean, this man has all of the qualifications, the accolades, he's done the research, and then he knows exactly where our hydrology, our hydro resources are. He's already done the quote unquote the preliminary study. He's done the research. He's qualified, technically qualified. If you try to challenge this guy right now on the issue of hydrology, I mean, he will, he's a professional person, so he will probably be very gentle in terms of, humiliating or disgracing you. So that's why I don't even go there. I keep it simple when it comes to him. Patrick, what do you think about our water resources when it comes to hydrology? Because we should have an energy mix. Liberia should be, with the number of rivers that we have, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, they call it cataracts, right? They call them cataracts on the river. Am I correct? Which is the falls, the number of falls you got on the river, because kinetic energy is the energy that you want to harness from the water because it's there. And then you want the volumetric flow, and you want the angle or the fall because the gravity flow accelerates and gives a velocity to the water when it's falling to hit the turbine to generate the power. So all of this here could be the major energy mix. So again, Patrick, correct me if I'm wrong. The Transco CLSG is strategic for us because now we can tap into our water resources from the hydro perspective, put that excess capacity on the Transco grid, and export the power. And Liberia can be a net exporter of energy, which could be a major revenue source for the country to transform lives, transform the counties, transform the economy, and move. And then that power can industrialize the mining sector. But here it is, you've got someone competent, capable, knowledgeable, able, and the guy is now just a lecturer at the university. I'm not demeaning, but I'm just saying now if a Canadian hydro company watches the show, sees the guy's name, follows him on Facebook, DM him and say, hey, Patrick, I saw you on this show today. We want to have a meeting with you next week. You think Patrick is going to say, no, I love my country more? No, the man got the wife and his children. Patrick's on the next flight on SM Brussels with his suitcases, and he go. And we, Liberia, will be lost. And next thing you know, Patrick is in Canada working for some country, and his visa and citizenship is in fast process. Why? Because of the man's intellectual property. Correct.
With the opportunity to exponentially grow his expertise.
Yeah.
And they teach him more. And then
So Mr. Philip, you said it right. We have a huge potential that we've not tapped into as we speak. We have river resources that we untap. We have sea coastline resources that we also untap into. It was just of late when this new regime was coming, and they canvassing, talking about tourism. There's a lot of money we can put into tourism as we speak.
You frozen.
Yeah, he'll come back. Yeah, and so go ahead, Patrick. He's back. He's back.
Yes,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
So as I was saying, even though we have rivers, we have lakes, we have waterfalls. And Mr. Phillips, we have a lot of work to do. We have a hydrological survey where there's little or no data when it comes to the potential of our water resources. We have waterfalls. I was surprised recently when the president visited the BD Fall. I don't know if you saw that post on the social media. There's a fall somewhere in Ganta where that is almost the source of the St. John River. That was one of the places I visited during my studies. I actually went to school in Ghana, and I did my assessment of the St. John River. I traveled back home, collected data from Ghana, from Nimba as far as Wembasa, almost sponsor my own research, but that's not the issue. So we still have untapped resources that we not map up. That's one of the first things. We have rivers that we not accept. And leave you mean why you just mentioned TLLG, right? We're taking the sources basically from Cote d'Ivoire. Is it that we do not have sufficient river to produce electricity to sell out to TLLG to build our country too? We have it. We have it. So you and I have been going back and forth on this LEC issue, so having constant or reliable supply of electricity on the Liberian market. Why not formulate a short term, medium term, and a long term plan where we start assessing rivers, we get into where Cote d'Ivoire is today on the Ivory Coast. It took a holistic view of engineers, board of politics. So that talked about someone bringing in their nephew, their uncle, their sons, their daughters to put in post. You already know that's a scenario in Nigeria. But if you want a specific sector to grow, leave all of that. And I'm somebody, I think Mr. Phillips, you know that I'm not a politician. I'm not a political guy. I don't have any political party. I don't have any political godfather. I just try to be a professional guy, find a way to contribute my quota. Imagine coming home in 2023 on the plane. I was like, wow, Liberia has something that we can use to solve some of our problems. But just like that said, sometimes the country is a quench that fire within you. But we still hope for the best. Liberia has a huge potential, huge, huge potential that we need to do the rest of the country.
So I have a question for you, Patrick. As a lecturer, right? You have students that you are lecturing that are building that's moving towards something. What is your influence? What is your message to them? What are you motivating them to be understanding that well you went through your journey? How do you keep them hopeful that as they learn and move forward with their graduation and things like that, there is a place for them somewhere when you yourself have not yet attained such place? How do you keep them hopeful?
Yeah, so these are not the messages we take to the classroom. Oh, guys, since the lecturer returned, he has not done this, he has not done that, but yet still he's willing to let them know that the potential is out there. So, what I usually take to the classroom is hope, a message of hope. Uh, we serve as an eye opener and an awareness. Let them know the potential ranges from hydropower, tourism, environmental issues, water pollution, water quality issue, drainage issue. These are all areas that water resource engineers they make intervention to solve problem. Engineering today is not basically the literature, it's not understanding the theory, it's about application to have to get problems solved.
Yeah.
So I don't make my students feel like, oh guy, I want to leave the classroom to find something bigger. There's one thing I learned as a young guy in the classroom that when you're a teacher, you don't see the bigger picture, like being the manager, being the project engineer. There are times where I was in school, my lecturers told me that I have students that are project engineers today, but it did not stop me from learning. It did not stop me from exploring. So I just decided to open up and show that they get what they can get. The society is open. The country is there. The resources are all there. Even after us, the student will continue for what we start. If the opportunity is not given us, we believe that someone else will walk into that.
Awesome.
time is there. The time is still there.
And you see that's why I always tell people the energy sector. I think again, Patrick and I, we've been communicating and talking on this thing for almost over a year. He got connected with me through, from the whole energy drive with Robert Morris and things like that. And the thing is, this has been the country's fundamental flaw. I always say this because this thing is deep rooted, and and that's the reason why it's not so easy to address, because it's so deep rooted, because it sits at the foundation of how this country. I mean, how is it that we anticipate, we put so much, in the U.S. when we're talking to our children, there's a statement that we always tell them: do not major in the minors, and then you minor in the majors. Okay, you need to focus on the major things that will transform, that will develop, that will elevate, okay, your country, your people, your economy, your way of life, your quality of life, and also the income. You cannot do that in the absence of energy or electricity. And I mean, I'm still asking myself, why is it with all of this stuff, we're talking, we're driving, we're pushing, we're educating, we're enlightening? What is it? Is it that we, the subject matter experts, do we intimidate those who don't know? Do we scare them? Is it that we make ourselves in such a way, or we carry ourselves in, I've come to learn, Patrick and Pittman, Dr. Kennedy, I've come to understand that, I think those who are in office, those who are in positions of power, right, they don't understand that you always need the subject matter expert. And it is okay to say, I don't know. I don't know hydrology. I don't pretend to know hydrology. But I know the hydroturbine that the water is going to hit to turn mechanically to generate the power. So the issue of building the dam and finding out where the dam will be put, I leave it to Patrick.
Yeah.
That's Patrick's job. That's not my job. I didn't tell Patrick, look, we need 50 megawatts in this area. I need to find, Patrick, you've done your survey. Come and make a presentation. Which one of these hydros we can start with, and how fast you think we can get it up within 2, 3, or 5 years? And that's Patrick's job. He went to school for that. He understands that. I'm not intimidated by that. I'm a power generation, transmission, and distribution guy. I would ask him, Patrick, where, when you find these things, please identify, geographically the most strategic location for us to put it, so we can start building out the T&D. So while he's doing his work, we can start doing our work on the other side. You get my point? But for some reason, we, the subject matter experts, we intimidate, we scare the people who are not the subject matter experts, but they are the people who are the drivers. Patrick went off, I think his data finished. Okay, they are the drivers. And most times in our Liberian setting, the drivers are not the people who know how to drive. Most times they don't even know where they're going or where they're supposed to take us. They don't even understand how to operate the car. And worst of all, they don't even have a driver's license. So if they have an accident, most times they just flee the scene. They just run away and they leave the casualties there. And that's where we find ourselves. Jasa is making a comment here. She says, my thought on development is education, education, education. Jasa, I told you to come on the show to bring all of these discussions and the reinforcing education, educate the common man on voting rights process of who to vote for and how to make an accountable make them accountable to their constituents, educate the citizens on developments and how they can participate and maintain those developments. 100% correct. But don't forget, Jasa, don't forget now, electricity has to power up the schools. Electricity has to create the jobs, industrialize the society. And because when that industrialization and transformation takes place, then the minds of the people can be transformed so that the politics can ultimately be transformed. So this leads me now to the next question, Pittman. Do you think that the lack of attention on the energy sector is intentional to prevent the mental transformation of the people so that they will continue to remain in this state so that the politics don't change? That's the question for you.
That's a very good question. I'm not sure if it's intentional or it's just ignorance. I don't know. It could be a combination of. I'm not sure if it could be. I just don't have the right answer because I know the result of that is what the people are enjoying. The result of having these people expand their knowledge and understand the education is what they're enjoying. But I'm not sure if it's intentional. In some cases, it may be when you have to historic politicians, people that have been in the business for a while that understands that. But then for the new ones, you have to ask the question, then what's their motivation with that? I just think that the lack of education, lack of awareness, the ignorance of the fact that the importance of that electric, the energy and the electrification of the nation enhances growth and development for everyone. Some people know that, and the historic politicians, to me, may be intentional in that, but I wouldn't say all of them. What are your thoughts? Do you think they're intentional?
Well, during the I'm going to reflect on a very, very important moment during the elections, right? During the last elections, Samuel Twe, when I was the senior policy advisor for Robert Morris, and we're pushing this energy agenda, electricity, pushing it. He was on the ELBC program. He went there for a discussion. And he was there, and he made a point. They were asking him about how will the CDC win LOFA and this, that, and the other. And then he made mention of different things. But there was a statement that he made. And from that day, that statement has stayed with me. And that's why, when I talk about this energy thing, I always go back to that statement. He said that, and if Samuel Twe is listening, I gave him credit for this statement because he made it. I didn't make it. I just expanded upon it. He said that development, Patrick, welcome back. He said that development is the only thing. Yeah, he said the only thing that changes traditional Liberian politics is development. That was the statement that Samuel Twe made. He said the only thing that changes, that destroys, right, that eliminates traditional Liberian politics is development. And what I took away from that statement, was that, okay, if Samuel Twe is saying that the only thing that destroys traditional Liberian politics is development, and the three of us here, we agree that the major component of development is what? Is electricity, is energy, right? Okay. which will bring about industrialization, transformation in education, telecommunication, the healthcare sector, and everything. It also would transform the lives of people and the quality of their lives, which will often, which I believe now, you and all of us living in the US believe that what? Economic transformation also leads to what? Political transformation. Because when people's lives are improved and the private sector grows, guess what? The voting habits of the voters whose lives have been transformed are going to be such that they're not going to vote for people who are not educated, who are not informed, who cannot properly convey their thoughts and their ideas. They're not going to vote for them. They're going to vote for different people. And so his statement was so profound. His statement was so profound that it really, really, I mean, it reinforced something that to this day, I look at the energy sector as that one thing that apparently would destroy traditional Liberian politics, right? And transform transform politics from the economic point of view, because that's what energy does. That's what energy does. Energy transforms. It also causes migration habits because people will migrate from places where there's no electricity and they will migrate to where? To places where there's electricity. Correct me if I'm wrong, Patrick. They will move. People will move. And then when people move, the constituency will change. The number of voters will change. And when people start getting better jobs, they will start voting differently and thinking differently because now they're focusing on the lives of their families. They're doing small businesses. Their income is improving. So when somebody brings them one bag of rice or 3 cups of rice to vote for them, they'll say, to hell with your rice. I don't need your rice. I'm an independent person. I'm voting on the issues. I'm not voting for you. What do you think about that, Patrick? What do you think about that?
Yes, Mr. Philip, you made a great point. That's a very, very important one. So, usually our politicians will feel that development should be based on the way the big shots go and make the decisions. But it is true that when party A, B, or C does a rule for me or gives me electricity where I stay, there is no road, the road is not paved, there's no electricity. I live just five, Broadway, I think you know, we talk about that. The part of Broadway I stay is like, that's just 20 minutes away from Monrovia. We don't have electricity, we do not have road, we do not have pipe and water. But if a party brings water to my community, that's relief. If they bring paved road, that's relief for me. So if, like I say, I'm an apolitical individual, but don't you think I would tell my family that, look, all of the respiratory issues we have for the dust over the time, from the dust over the time, the money we spend on energy, the guy has given us reliable electricity. I can tell my people, say, look, let's go in this direction. I think that's definitely what you just said. So, like the former minister said, our development is not driven by the other things, but basically what the people see. Basically, what we need is sustained development. That's all we need. And sorry, I keep saying the political side is something that I don't usually want to go into because I see the politics, the red tricks, all of the tricks all of the time. But I mean, if we're just doing one thing, just ensuring that we have energy, affordable, road, easy access to move goods and services from place to place. So Philip, Liberia will be a better place in few years from now. We'll start projecting and say, look, within the next 5 years, we'll have this. You won't believe. I know you spend some time in the US, but you come on the ground once in a while. Liberia is growing. The country is growing. People, want to say growing like people are building homes, new communities are opening. But are we doing more roads? Are we doing more electricity? Are we still projecting for the next 5 years? The politicians don't see it that way. The politicians don't see it that way. Are you on? Are you? Am I clear? Hello, Doc. Are you getting me?
I'm getting you.
I'm getting yeah. Go ahead. I'm back. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
a lot of it's hard to separate the group and the development aspect from the politics because they have everything. They have strangulated everything, almost made everything come through a certain avenue, and almost all these things are politicized. And I agree to your point. So it's kind of hard to abstain yourself from politics but still discuss the issues. Like yourself, I'm not into the whole political piece, but it's hard to discuss development and energy and all of that because those things are the politicians have a strong hold on that. Those are the ones that they're proverbial gatekeepers, and until we can, like you said. So, but to the original point that I asked, whether it's intentional to keep our people in this state of mind, and to a question that our brother put down earlier, Peter, I believe, I said, well, how can we survive on $125 and have residual income to pay for electricity? That was his argument, and I can I can understand that because a lot of Liberians may think that way, but that's what they want. That's that trickery of mindset. It's almost like I put you in a certain socio-economic status, and then I make you feel like you should be sorry for me for putting you there, when I'm the one actually exploiting you. You know what I'm saying? So then you go and you defend me, but I'm the one that exploiting you. That's kind of how it is. So so some cases, I think, when you have the veteran politician, it's intentional. Because what they do is like they enjoy having loads of people at their homes, in line, where they're distributing little things.
Mm-hmm.
But you should give these people even more than what they have if you went through the natural processes and channel the budget and allocate and develop the country the right way. So you've taken so much from here, but the mindset thinks that you being so generous by taking this and transforming a year and giving them, the change. And that's what we see around. And it really has reshaped the paradigm of the way our people think. So we give people accolades that people are really oppressing us. And it's sad. It's sad. I went down, I was in Boundary last time. I went to go see some children there, some blind people. So we parked the car. It was close to the little driveway, to the alley. And the guy came out. He didn't say, the argument to move the car was not that it was blocking the road, but that a representative lived back there. That was his argument. You understand me? And those are little things that when you pay attention to, you see how our people are conditioned. I get it, yeah, but you're blocking the road, period. The car is close to the road. That's enough. But we didn't need the representative piece back there, as if to say, if the representative was not back there, this is a non-issue. Mm-hmm. And that's why we have to change this mindset. We talked about, Jasa mentioned the fact of the mindset earlier. Yes, it's the mindset that we have to change. It's a leadership issue, and it's something that we got to keep talking about.
It's the mindset, and like I said, that statement by Samuel Tweed that the only thing that destroyed the traditional Liberian politics is development. So when you and what I did was I took his statement and I went to different levels, right? So when they build the schools, right, they would come in and do development, right? So development is, it can be done at different levels. So you build a school, but there's no electricity into the school to support quality education for the young people who are there. So that means the school is only functioning during the day. So there's no night school for adult education. You see it now? So you build the hospital or the clinic, but you give them generator knowing that it will only work for so long, but then there's no revenue or there's no money to continue buying the fuel to make the hospital work. So then it works for 90 days or whatever the case, and then all of a sudden there's no money to repair the place. You see my point? Okay. Yeah. You build the roads, but there's no economic zones along the road for stores, for shops, or whatever the case is. So what good is the road going to do? So the development now is done in a scalable way
Yeah.
to only present cosmetics, right? The appearance of transformation, but you only want to take it but so far, because there's a danger that if you carry it too far, you will transform the minds of the people, and then all of a sudden the traditional Liberian politics is destroyed because the development has transformed the minds of the people that they will now vote the traditional way.
Yeah.
You get my point? You see, that's why
Yeah.
this electricity thing, there is something deeper here. There is something very deep and profound as to why every administration doesn't want to focus on it, embrace it, lead it in a way that will bring about the transformation, because the transformation that will come about as a, the transformation that it will produce within the country will be so profound that it will what? It will destroy traditional Liberian politics, and it will set the people free from voting the way they used to vote. And those who had control over the people, they don't have control anymore. Because electricity brings about the quality of life. Patrick, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay?
You're right.
It would transform, because if you give a guy 30 amp service in Brewerville, and that guy got 30 amps on his house, the meter is there. The first thing he figuring out is how to go and get 2 or 3 freezers for his wife to start doing cold water business while he going to work every day. And then next thing you know, now he tried to figure out how to buy a stove in town to use that power to start baking bread, so that he got cold water and he got his bread thing now. His wife she's an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, you get my point. So that those 30 amps is now transforming that man's life, that his children now start going to better school. They start getting better education. Now he's going from a 1-income household to a 2-income household.
Yeah.
The man who used to take pepe and to and from to pay for pepe right now, all of a sudden he now buy 1 pepe, and now he got it on the road working now. So he's going from the bread business to the water business to the pepe business. So all of a sudden now, but Patrick, correct me if I'm wrong.
He's experiencing exponential growth.
This is the transformation that
I gotta peel up, my brother. I got another appointment.
Don't worry. If you're ready to jump. Go get do a closing statement. You can jump.
Great conversation. Thanks for having me. Hey, Patrick, nice to meet you. Our young people, again, the goal here is to transform the mind. So without energy and electricity, we are limited in development. So the message is serious, is profound. We needed to permeate to all the lower levels so that we can aspire and expect more. Like what he just made a point about the development and its impact on the politics. So our Liberian brother and sister deserve more. Regardless of who's sitting in the political offices and seats, we deserve more. We are lagging behind, and we should demand more and expect more. Thank you all for having me.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Be safe out there. Have fun, brother. Appreciate you so much. Yeah, so Patrick, this statement that this guy made, I'm telling you, Samuel, he made that statement over a year ago, and that statement stayed with me. It stayed with me. And even yourself, when you're teaching your class, tell them, you're learning hydrology because you're going to be a transformational person in wherever you go, because hydrology by its very nature teaches us to harness the hydro potential of this river. And that hydro potential does what? It would generate power, and which will lead to economic transformation, which will ultimately lead to a social transformation and political transformation. And maybe this is why this thing is so not talked about. because it's going to displace a lot of people. Maybe I'm going in the wrong direction. I'm just, give me your input.
Yeah, so you actually making a point. On the other hand, you let me just interpret a little bit of what you're trying to say. So a more conscious society demands more from leadership. That's how I see it. So if the national government, I don't want to use this one, the ones we even had in the past. I think we need to focus on having reliable energy. I mean, having the basic social services we citizens supposed to have. I think I just want to take up my engineering cap and wear the political cap. I think there's this tendency of the population asking for more because we're too educated, we're satisfied, we have enough electricity, we have enough road, we have enough health facilities. So we tend to demand more and appreciate less of the political guys. That's how I see it. Because assuming a country like where you are, I'm sure you guys, I mean, not you guys, but I'm sure no one cares about whether electricity is available or not. There are other important policy issues, I mean, things that are affecting society that are far, far, far different from what we go after. So, like you keep mentioning, they hold us to believing that when I deliver this, I'm a good politician, and this is how the country must go. So that from generation to generation, no one wants to change this paradigm shift to a more inclusive society where if you know government's supposed to invest into electricity, go into it. Electricity is a single most important booster for development. The other day I was just writing, I was just making some points. I was trying to jot down some points. That what are some of the positive of having reliable energy supply. Let's come to the household. You just mentioned having the freezer. I can go to work. My wife is selling cold water. If she's not selling cold water, she uses the electric stove to cook. She uses the iron to press.
Mhm.
My children will have more steady hours. They can study now and make better marks because they have they have electricity that they can use in the night after doing the home chores in the day or so. They can use the energy in the night to read their books. You find the younger generation, the output of students from tertiary, secondary institution, we expect to even improve, but just with this single problem being solved. But you keep stressing this point. Why is it that our political guys, why is it that those in authority are not pushing that direction? If we get this issue up to this level, this is where we'll go. Mr. Phillips, sometimes I think we need to create that. Thank God we're having this conversation today, and I know we've been planning it back and forth, and today I've appeared, so I know that I'm not going to shy away anymore. I will be appearing anytime you send me the link. I will be available, if possible, every Saturday.
No, I
But we,
mean,
we really need the awareness out there. The awareness needs to go out there. Seriously.
and that's my point. You see, like I said, I mean, this thing, it hits everybody from different directions. It hits everybody, and like I said, I mean that Samuel Twer statement. That statement stuck with me. As an electrical engineer, I work in business development, and I work in sales. So I work with a lot of customers doing different energy projects across the U.S., from solar to oil and gas, you name it. I mean, I'm into it every day, every week. I mean, I'm into doing those things. So when I'm sitting with customers and talking to them, because we're trained to interpret words. We're trained to interpret the words that people say, because a man thinks, then he looks through his vocabulary, what word to use, and then he speaks it because he means certain. You get my point, okay? So
Yeah.
so that statement stuck with me, and as I reflected from that day on energy, electricity that's behind me here. And I looked at our landscape of Liberia and I said, wow, did he really mean to say that? Did he really mean to bring that out for everybody to know? Did he really mean to bring that out for everybody to know? Or maybe he just, in the heat of the moment, he said it. Maybe he didn't expect people to pick up on it, but I picked up on it. And when you look at the political landscape today, I'm not gonna go deep. I'm only gonna go one layer. When you look at the political landscape today, you look at our politics, our quote unquote body politic, right? You look at it today, you ask yourself, if we were a country plugged into electricity and energized and going through economic transformation, job creation, the education sector, the health sector, all sectors running, booming, do you honestly believe that some of the people elected today would be elected?
No.
This is my point. This is my point. And that's why I say only the economics can transform the politics. And the only way the economics transform the politics is with electricity. And that's why, with all of the so-called representatives and senators, which one of them have taken on the leadership in the energy sector, knowing that their development plan for their districts or their counties cannot work without electricity? Explain that to me. You see my point? Your development plan for your district or your county cannot work. It will not transform the lives of the people without electricity. But you don't want to talk about electricity. You don't want to drive it. You don't want to get ahead of it. You don't want to bring investors into your county, into your district to address the energy issue. Why? Because you are afraid that electricity will transform the minds of the people and it will transform the politics.
But Mr. Phillips, let me partially. Sorry, I was a break-in. Hello, Mr. Phillips.
Go ahead.
Phillips.
Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Yes. So I was saying that I'll permit me to differ with you a little, but I don't think the issue is that they are afraid. I see it as not knowing the essence of having a force in this direction. That's how I see it. Because you cannot have Mr. Phillips or a kind of Phillips in a specific position of choice. But, you know, I know our point is it appears like they are scared of something. But Mr. Phillips, let's look at the configuration of our national leadership. Like Doc said, you have the lower house and the upper house. They have members of committee on environment, energy, I think water resources also. I don't know. I don't really know the nomenclature of that. They have that committee. They have people who have no knowledge. They are all politicians occupying technical position, even though they are all political positions. But are these guys investing into technical people to inform their decisions, to advise them, let's do it this way, let's do it that way? This is something I see missing. I have a former lecturer who I think he was once on another committee. We shared information during you know that I was following the energy sector when the former CEO was being quizzed by the Senate. I was always there in attendance, not just getting information online. I was there in attendance, like talking to one of the senators, giving him question, please ask him the technical question, even though he failed to answer them at the time. But the thing is, the leadership from up there that are heading the sector, that are making the decision that we complain today, that they are afraid. I don't think they are afraid. I'm not too sure. My thing is they are not informed. Two, they are not seeking advice or expert. Three, they're not willing to learn. They're not willing to learn. Other countries today that we model we envy, they have reliable electricity or the development have boosted or have reached this level at this time. Our politicians don't. In my own mind, they don't try to model after them. The how? When did they come from here? How did they get here? I'm not sure that they use that model.
Yeah, and the reason why, again, like okay, so your point is spot on, right? You are 100% correct on that point. And the reason why you are 100% correct, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. Because of the economics, that's why the politics at the time allowed those people to be elected. You get my point? So that's why they are the drivers of the bus, but they don't have a driver's license. They don't know how to operate the bus. They don't even know how to read the map to know north, south, east, or west, and the position and to move everybody in the right direction. You get my point? But they are the driver, and they got into that position because of the what? Because of the politics and because of the economics, right? Because they brought the rice, they brought the beans, they brought the chicken soup and everything else, and they $10 or $5 for Pierre to vote for them, and that's how they got into that position because of the economics. If the economics are bad, and then it favors the guy who has the money, guess what? He then gets the vote. It's not because his policies are right, but because the people are destitute because of the economics. That's why they took it and they made a deal and they voted. But then, so if you bring energy into the equation, right? So if the leadership now addresses the energy crisis or the energy challenge, and they meet the needs of the population, and that transformation starts, you see what happens now? And the next election comes, because don't forget now, I mean, you, even though you're a hydrologist, but you also done the electrical as well, right?
Yeah.
1 year of a family or a town or a city having 24/7 electricity will bring about a major transformation. 1 year.
Sure. For the
Then you
and
go
this will be coming.
That's exactly right. Then you go to 2 years, then you go to 3 years. By the time the next election comes, the issues that used to be the issues before the last election, they're no longer the issues anymore. You get my point? So the guy who ran because the economics favored him, he cannot bring $5 and $10 to give it to the people for the people to vote for him anymore because the economics have changed.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
You get what I'm saying? So I think, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I firmly believe, based on the evidence, that nobody wants to touch, to drive, to lead on this energy issue because of the fear of the economic transformation that it will bring, that will ultimately lead to political transformation that would then change the dynamics of politics in the country. I firmly believe it. That's the reason why certain people don't want to touch it. We who are the subject matter experts, they're not comfortable with us. They said, no, keep them on the backside. Don't let them in the room. Keep them outside. Let them go away and let them talk. But don't bring them into the big conversation, because it will change that electricity thing they're talking about, that lighting, if it gets here, it will change everything. Okay. I have a caller here. Let me get this caller on. She's been here. Hold on 1 minute. Go ahead, caller. Please mute your background.
Hi, Akana, this is Jassa Major.
Oh, good afternoon, Jassa Major. You finally made it onto the show. Go ahead. Everybody's listening.
Yes, my biggest concern for us in development, as Nigerians, is that education aspect. Because you see, if somebody doesn't participate in the development and know the value of the development, they're not going to welcome it as you who made a sacrifice to make that thing happen. They have to be, 2017, I went to Liberia for the first time after probably 20 something years. And I used to hear this thing about, Ellen did this, or this person did this, we have did this. But you can't see what they did, because the people that were supposed to be benefiting had no value for it. They didn't know what it was for, how it was supposed to be used, how they were going to participate to maintain it. there was no education about it. So if you bring electricity to a community, and the community is not educated on that value of that electricity and what it's supposed to do for them in the generations to come, they will still not value it. They will still not have. They will just take it as something else somebody else supposed to do, and they're not supposed to participate. I mean, they're just supposed to use it because it's there. They think they're entitled to it. But no, every development comes with education and that value system of what it means to be a part of something. Nobody gonna whine or make you whine to make things happen for Liberians. Every common man on the ground, the wheelbarrow man knows that he has responsibility. The market women know she has responsibility. Everybody should know they're responsible for development in that country. Nobody gonna bring it and give it to you, and you don't even know what it's for. What is it supposed to do for you and your children to come? Like for example, they build markets around the place. They don't use the market because they don't care. They don't know. They think they're better on the street. They can be seen on the street better than the market houses. But we have to educate them. The government going to build market here. This is what it's going to do for you. When you have toilet for you to use, the place to wash your hands and keep your environment clean. We'll have to collect your diet and put it here, and we'll come and collect it for you. You have to educate the people and reinforce that education every aspect of the way. It's going to take a long time. Look at Ghana and other places who reaping from their human resources. During that most difficult time, education was paramount. Mm-hmm. Education was paramount. So now they're benefiting from the human resources.
That's
because
exactly right.
they educated, enforced education, made it free, made it mandatory. Made it mandatory, and they still have this thing where the children have to go for after high school, or so they go for service to know the value of service and think of humanity. We don't have that. So us Liberia, all we do is throw money out there to our families over there. They don't even have the value for it. And the day you don't do it, they look at you as something wrong with you. So it's the same thing. That's the same thing. It comes with education. This is like it's going to take a long time because we have had that gap so long for decades now. In the value of education and what it means. We don't even do civics anymore in schools to let people know that, civics education and stuff. It's not going to take a while to get that back on the ground. But until that time comes, we just running ring around the roses. That's what we're going to be doing until the people on the ground get the message and get to know what they're supposed to do, get to know their rights and how to participate in those rights and to do it right and don't sell it for anything because it affects their generation. It's not just for the moment to get a better phone, but it's for lifetime. If we have generations to come.
Okay, so
that's where our education system comes from.
Okay, so let me ask you this question, right? Patrick and I were just talking about this statement that Samuel Tway, the former Minister of Finance and Economic Planning during the last election, okay, where he said that the only thing that destroys traditional Liberian politics is development.
I disagree with Samuel Tway. He should say it's education. Education is the only thing that will destroy the traditional political thing on the ground. Okay. I think it's education. It's not development. You can't throw development at people who don't know what it's for. They don't have the value for it. They don't know. They think that you put something somewhere, they go and use it for toilet because they don't know any better, or they don't have. Educate them. The government going to build toilet here for you. This is how you're supposed to do. Make sure your community put people there to monitor this toilet to make sure everybody using it right. You got to educate the people on it. They're not going to go to school. Most of the people are not going back to school. So you got to educate them where they are. Just how they use the microphone to go set the orange meeting and all in the morning. You work in the morning, orange meeting, yeah. Pay people in different sectors to do the same education in the different places. Send them out there and say, John Doe, you are responsible for Douala area. Make sure you educate the people. Government come and fix their road, come and do this project. Yeah. Tell them what that project for, how they're going to use it, how it's going to affect them, how you're going to, how they can participate. What you need to do as a man benefiting from the project, we expect this from you too. Government want you to do this. So education for me, some people may have an experience. You think development, you can throw development, and then the people will grasp the understanding of what it is you're trying to do. I don't think that. I just think the basic lack of development in Liberia is the education. You got to educate the people. They're going back to night school. Most of them ain't going back to night school. We may go back to where night school used to be night school, but at this point, for us to get somewhere, we need that education of the people on the ground, from the ground up. We need to build it from the ground up. We're just going to go around in cycle.
Okay, I agree with you on education, right? I'm not disagreeing with you. But what we were talking about is education that is enhanced, education that is supported, education that is driven by electricity, right? You mentioned night school.
Yep.
You mentioned night school, right? Because and what we were saying was the reason why he made that statement, right, is that, and we're asking the question, is it that, do you think that the reason why people don't want to drive the energy, electricity topic, the electricity matter, the electricity issue, they don't want to drive it, they don't want to lead, they don't want to address it in an effective way that will lead to economic transformation in the country and to the people that will support what education, as you talked about, is because this electricity thing will bring about, and it will bring about economic and educational transformation in the minds of the people that will lead to political transformation. You get what I'm saying? Because you get what I'm saying? Because
I get what you said. We do need energy. We do, like I put one of my statement. Like I lived in the late 80s to up to the end of the 90s in Botswana, and we have solar system in our houses. So it's like, so we do need energy, various forms of energy in the 21st century for Liberia. You know, at least we have that, you know, that possibility that we can have a various sector of energies in Liberia that we should take advantage of. So we do need, we can't do anything with electricity. That's the bottom line.
Okay,
You know, we can't do anything. But even with electricity, we still have to use that, because electricity is also development.
Now you got my point. You eventually get it. So that was so the question now. So now, okay, let me ask you this. Can I ask Patrick the same question? Now Patrick is smiling. So do you think that the reason why the leadership, successive government do not want to drive this energy, electricity issue to be solved nationally across the country is for fear of the transformation that it will bring to the political system? You get up where
I get your point, and it's like Patrick said, it's not a straightforward answer because we can't read their minds. But you know, sometimes their motives can. The result of not doing anything, you know, is also an answer to.
Is an indicator. Is an indicator. Is an indicator of what the man is thinking. That's exactly right.
They could be using it. They could be using it. They could be using it as, you know, not to provide it because they want to keep the people in the dark.
That's exactly right. Yes. Yes.
But you know, like we before there was, when we didn't have electricity all over, people used to use Canada to go to study and go to school and still learn and do their businesses. Even though we're in the 21st century now, we don't really need candles, but we do need our political leaders to make this a permanent thing. You know, it's extremely important. It's a priority for any development and security of our country. So we do agree with the development, but we need that. We need the because the people on the ground is the one who educating these people who don't have any educational level on these different committees they head it. You know,
but this is my point. If the economic transformation, which is initiated by electricity, is implemented, most of the people who we see as political leaders today will not be political leaders because the population will not vote for them because they would have become educated and informed. You get my point?
Yes.
Yes.
I do. I get your point. You know, we need to stop keeping our people in the dark and just, you know, enlighten them to bring development to themselves. Because in the end, we all benefit. We benefit from people being educated. We don't want people who's not educated and they think somebody else got something they want, so they're going to go after it by all means. No, you yourself can work for that thing and get it too.
Yes.
So, you know, it's like we're in a sad situation, and, you know, we're in a sad situation, but You keep doing what you're doing. We appreciate the awareness that you're bringing to. That's what I wanted to question. Is this show live in Liberia? People in Liberia listening to it because
today,
it's for their benefit more than for our benefit.
Today we couldn't broadcast live because again, electricity, right? The radio station that we used to relay the Cinco doesn't have light because yes. So that's what the problem is. So typically, usually we broadcast, we do Facebook, and then we simulcast on the local FM station. A lot of people tune in, but today I just chose, the power issue, so we just said we'll do Facebook and stuff like that. But thank you so much for coming, Tessa. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you too for having me. I'm enjoying it. You keep doing what you're doing. Appreciate it.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, so there you have it, Patrick. So that's my point. I think what do you think? What do you think on this thing? Yeah, I see you thinking back there. I see you, asking yourself. I can see your mind turning. Yeah.
Yes. So I think you being around the same old issue. What the politicians say at the time, or the political finance minister said at the time. It is true. The best way to, I feel like she was trying to also explain at the end. She came to electricity. You and I know definitely that electricity is a driver. A lot of sectors go for other sectors, education, health, and what have you. So I feel that, like, you keep pushing. If the government invests more into energy, other sectors are going to pick up, and their political strength will not be as it used to be. And this is what I just want to say in a layman way. That political strength is no longer there because energy is going to give me the resources that I need instead of standing for handout, instead of standing to wait for 2 cups of rice. I can generate something on my own. I can take care of my children. You getting me, sir?
I can hear you. I'm listening. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Yes. So that's just this where I want to agree with you that no, okay, if we give too much of this, few years to come, we no longer have that power, we no longer have control. So let's give a little and keep some. Because I don't think it's a total denial. I think we're having a little. And the development the minister spoke about the other time, like my sister was talking about, I think it was both, though he was looking at infrastructure, but I think it should be both him and infrastructural development, like electricity, roads. They will disarm the normal politicians. That's how I see it. I too agree with you. And that's just not the fear, but to some extent, I think they just don't know. So we need to keep this awareness that, look, the energy sector, government needs to do more. Government needs to do more. The other time, did you look at the budget? I was trying to take a look at the budget and see how much was placed there for energy. Did you take a look at that?
No. They do not invest in energy. They do not invest in energy. Nobody invests in energy. Okay. They leave everything as it relates to energy. They leave everything as it relates to energy to LEC. They leave everything to LEC. LEC is a quote unquote autonomous agency. They do everything by themselves. So it's not part of a national development agenda. You get my point, okay? Because it's not holistic in its operation. That's one of the greatest challenges. So the thing is, it's over by the side there. They're doing their own thing. That's why LEC does not contribute to the national budget. If you look through the national budget, you will not see a contributing line that LEC contributes to the budget because they're set off to the side. They're doing their own thing. So again, that's one of the issues. How can such a very, very powerful transformational sector of the entire government not be a contributor and not be part of the national discussion? This is a flaw. This is a flaw. And my thing is this, is it that all of the subject matter experts that come from the energy sector, we're not They will lead this thing and drive this thing and cause the people to start asking too many questions. Like the way, since we started this thing with Robert Morris, energy has never left the agenda. It was never on the agenda. You know it, Patrick. It was never on the agenda. But when we put it on the agenda and started driving and started talking about it, expanding upon it, enlightening and educating people about it, all of a sudden, everybody started saying, let there be light, let there be light. Now, yeah, it is now. Electricity now is a major discussion point. But the thing is, I think they're thinking more about it, about what the implications of it is, what transformation it will bring. Because if I bring light to my district and all my people here got light, and within 6 years their lives are transformed, will I be able to run on the same topic I ran on before?
Absolutely no.
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 There you go. And is the businessman who used the light that I brought to the district to become very wealthy in the district now going to be the one that will run against me and get all the other business people to join together to run me out of office? No, I'm bringing that light yet. You see it now. You see it now.
That's another time.
You see, you get my point. So
on another note, as run with this campaign news about I will bring electricity like my district. I remember we had connection issues. To date, up to date, I think our connectivity is around maybe 20%, 20% of the district, because the current district representative, that was one of the things. In fact, not one but three. He said 1 electricity, 2 electricity, 3 electricity, and every time the LEC guys are moving in with the lines doing installation, he's always around pushing. So I just want to take him out of that picture where maybe if he expands electricity in our district, then he's going to be taking out. I think he sees himself as a godfather. Like, look, I perpetuate myself on the guys because I have done this. I don't know how you figure that out also.
But the thing is, okay, so you see, he was smart. Why? Because he led with it. You get my point? He didn't.
Yeah.
He led with it, so nobody can take that issue away from him because he led with it. That he said there was issue number 1, electricity in the district. Issue number 2, electricity. Issue number 3. So he led with it. So the people who were running against him, they were talking about toilet halls, they were talking about schools. No.
Exactly.
Electricity. So and he demonstrated he was chasing the LEC people down, so people saw and say, "My man, our man doing the thing that he said he would do." So nobody can come in. So even if there were 250 people connected as a result of his actions, those are 250 votes.
Yeah.
Then all the people the 250 people who became business people as a result of his action, they can't run against him. They will credit him to increase from 250 to 500. That's my point.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because he led on the issue. Because he understood it, and he took that understanding and he led with it, and it brought some transformation into the lives of 250 persons or 500 persons.
A lot. His security has been, boosted, just by having electricity security. They show, even though we keep providing enlightenment as we go along, but the essence of electricity. You know what electricity does for a country like ours? Security alone. There are places people couldn't go at night. Today they go, they overstay, they enjoy the pleasant way of being around just because of what he's done.
The quality of life has transformed, has changed.
Exactly.
More small businesses open, more drinking spots, whatever the case, cyber cafes, the pen guys are more secure, more transportation, more.
Yes.
So the economic activity of that little place transformed. It transformed. And those voters over 6 years are not going to vote for somebody else who come and tell them, so vote for me, I'll give you 5 cups of rice or 1 bag of rice. They're not going to vote for you. They may take your money. They will take your money.
And I think if other representatives too
were smart enough to push similar agenda, I mean, it will help benefit their people, because I think we just need to take this message around, hope that they will listen to us, take the advice, and go there, push the LEC, push national government to have a roadmap. I think you talk about playing. In one of your earlier comments, you talk about playing. I don't know whether we have this. We used to have the Ministry of Planning. I know it was merging to the Ministry of Finance and Developmental Planning as we speak. Sometimes you go to places and you see growth, industrialization is taking place, urbanization is taking place. I still don't see the planning aspect. I still don't see it, even though we're talking about electricity, but it all boils down to the planning. That's how I see it. I don't know whether we have a national policy on, or some plan policy on everything that we do when it comes to water, when it comes to, pipe on water, water supply, sewage, road, electricity. I still don't. I've not seen that national plan.
Well, you're not going to see a national plan on that, because again, if the folks don't understand the role that electricity and energy play, what do you expect? I mean, again, I mean, cities are planned. Okay, cities are planned. Development is planned. Okay, economic transformation is planned. Granted, there will be some organic growth that will take place, okay, as a result of the planning of the economic. You get what I'm saying? There will be some organic growth that will take place, okay, but as a result of the economic plan that was put into place, driven by electricity. Look at a city like Kakata. Kakata should be a major industrial city because it's at the crossroads. You come from Monrovia, you're going north. You go to Firestone or you go to Bung Mines. It's the crossroads. You got the largest vocational training school in the country, BWI, is right there.
I'm not getting you. Your audio.
No, I was saying, take for example a city like. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Okay, I'm getting you.
Take a city like Kakata. Kakata should be a major industrial city because it is at the crossroads. You're going from Monrovia, you're going north, you pass through Kakata. You go to Firestone, you go through Kakata. You're coming from Bung Mines, it is the largest vocational boarding technical school is right there in Kakata, a source of qualified high school graduates with 2 pieces of paper, one vocational, one academics, ready to walk right into the workforce. But look at the city. Look at the city. Look at the city. So again, where's the planning for Kakata? Why, because Kakata, BWI should be, the graduates of BWI should be moving directly into different companies across the country to work. Companies should be flocking to BWI graduation to take people off the graduation line to go to work. But again, in the absence of this, because people are afraid of the transformational effect of energy, because most of them, don't forget now, most of them did not run their development agenda, had nothing to do with electricity. You get what I'm saying? Most of the guys in the House and the Senate, their development agenda had nothing to do with electricity. So why would they? So now all of a sudden, electricity, now that they never talked about, has now become the top of the agenda. They can't come back and change the development agenda. They can't come back and change it. And then if electricity comes and it starts to change the minds and the economics and the life and the quality of life for all the people there, they're out of office because the businessmen that will emerge over 5 years and get more money, the top 10 business people.
We're voting out.
They will fund the campaign to vote him out. That's my point. That's my point. So that's the reason why most of these guys are afraid of this energy thing. One, they are afraid of us who are the subject matter experts. They are afraid of the developmental effect of electricity and the transformation in the economics that will lead to the political transformation. which would mean that they would become what? They would be jobless. And I'll prove it to you as I close. I gotta go. There's a young guy who's in the House today. He ran against Buffer Chambers in Sudokan District in Harper, in Maryland. Okay.
Yeah, Maryland.
Buffer Chambers was speaker, right? Okay. And the cross-border grid from Cote d'Ivoire comes into Plibo. Just like Ganta, just like the cross-border grid that comes from Cote d'Ivoire into Ganta, there's a cross-border grid that comes across the Ivorian border into Plibo.
Yeah.
The thing is, Buffer Chambers never made the investment and as speaker never drove the economic transformation of his county as a result of that same electricity that came in through Ganta. You see my point now? The young guy who was running, they convinced me to speak for the guy. And what did we talk about? Economic transformation as a result of electricity. And what he did not do with the electricity. Buffer got beaten. Buffer got beaten. Because he stayed there all those years as speaker. And the only person that had life was him.
That's been bad. That was very bad of him. Wow.
Because again, it's the mindset. It's the mindset.
Yeah.
You pick up the phone and call anybody in Harper today, they will tell you that yes, the light comes in from Plibo, but the grid was never expanded. Never expanded, no investment, no expansion. But yet, in the shameful part, guess what? The William V.S. Tubman Technical University is where? Is right there.
Right in Maryland.
Thank you very much. Graduating engineers. Now you see the disconnect now. The largest technical university in the entire country sits in Maryland. And the grid that comes from Cote d'Ivoire, an industrialized country beside us, comes to Plibo Sudokan District, but we never built upon it. This is the mindset of the folks that are leading and governing this country. So, Patrick, thank you so much for today. I mean, I will give it over to you for your parting comments. If you have anything else to say, I would just say to all the Liberians that are listening to the show that this is Patrick now, one of Liberia's best hydrologists. He's a professor teaching at the University of Liberia, teaching water science to the young people there who are going to school there. And this man is a great human resource. I urge the president of the Republic of Liberia to look this man up and to move him over to the Ministry of Mines and Energy because this man is a very, very great human resource, and it would be a shame, even though I will be happy for him, if any company around the world is looking for a great hydrologist to DM this man on Facebook, connect with him and move him and his family out of the country and make use of his education, because we as a country, we don't even value, we don't even recognize, we don't even appreciate such good human resource. So go ahead, Patrick. You can end your closing statement.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Phillips. Let me say I'm highly elated to be on your show today. I followed religiously, like I said, but today I've made my first appearance, and I'm so excited about this, joining you as a doctor to talk about energy-related issues, and I'm open to joining you at any day and time. So like we've spoken already about the show. Liberia has a huge potential. We have 6 principal river basins that we have not touched. We have one hydro that is insufficient. We all know the issues we have. Our reliability on the hydro we have so far is less than 20%. We still have thousands of people, if not millions, unconnected that are not on our grids. The energy demand has increased. Yes, we're looking into other sources like the St. John River, the Kavala River, the Mano River. The potential is huge. So we encourage national government. Let me close by stating that we encourage national government to invest more into the long-term project of assessing the river basin, see how best we can develop them in the next maybe 5-10 years from now, sell our grade into CSLG because NEJ is the single most conduit that can drive national development at this time. We just came from a war, a post. We are in a post-war era. Investing more into NEJ, allowing the political guys to get the advice from the technical people to invest more into NEJ is going to boost the Liberia development. Everything is going to happen once we drive our economy into the energy sector. I thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you, Patrick. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here today. Have a great day. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for participating and viewing the show today, contributing all your comments from Abraham C.F. Fallah there. Thank you so much to Jimmy Burgess Carter, Ernest Sherman, and all of the different folks who participated in the program. Miss Jasa Major, thank you so much for calling in. Rufus T. Delbo, and Gigi Jones, Gigi James, Peter Query, and all of the folks who participated on the show today. Thank you to my friend, co-host, Ava Tokma, and Rufa Divine Connor was not available today because, again, the LEC electricity at the Seco area was off, so the station was naturally off the air today. But again, I left this comment up here from Samuel Twit's comment from the last election, which was profound. During the election. And this is what I am talking about today. I ended on this topic today, that the only thing that destroys traditional Liberian politics is development. Development as it relates to electricity, energy that you see behind me here, that would bring about economic transformation, create jobs, provide opportunities, attract the foreign investors, diaspora investments, and also develop and transform the minds of our people, and to change and improve the quality of life all across Liberia. Is this the reason why some of the politicians in Liberia don't want to lead? They don't want to drive electricity as a number one issue for transformation of our country, of our nation, and our people, because they are afraid of what transformation will come about as a result of electricity. It's something to think about until we meet again next week. Are the politicians afraid of the transformation that would come about because of electricity? If electricity is invested in and provided across all of the county political subdivisions and districts across Liberia, because of the economic transformation, because of the mental transformation, the societal transformation that will take place because of electricity? Are they afraid of the business sector growing because of electricity, and the businessmen and women would join together and run them out of office? Is this why they are afraid of leading and pushing and driving electricity as a key driver for our economy? It's something to think about, because again, economic transformation leads to political transformation, and all of that will come when the proper investments are made in energy, in electricity, that we build a national electric grid and connect it to Transco, and build and grow our energy sector with solar, with hydropower, and every other type of power that we need to build a robust economy and a transformational nation. Thank you so much for joining. Have a great weekend and have a great day. My granddaughter and I are here. Love you. Have a great day. Bye-bye.